conference, as well as those who have gracefully accepted our invitation to moderate each session. We are living in a time of climate crisis. The entire world is experiencing various types of disasters due to rapid climate change, and the climate change is creating serious social and human rights problems. Climate change is not a simple environmental issue. It is now becoming a human rights issue. When I first heard the word climate change, I thought it was something in the distant future. But now, it is forcing changes in our daily lives. Just this year alone, South Korea experienced a heat wave of over 30 degrees Celsius in mid-September. In some parts of the world, casualties are incurred due to flooding and also drought as well. Climate change is not just a problem for certain regions or a future generation. It is a problem for the lives and human rights of everyone in the world. In Mecca, more than 570 pilgrims died in a heat wave, and India, for 2 days in June, 20 people died of heat stroke. Everyone has the right to live in a safe environment, but climate change is making it harder for people to enjoy many of these rights, including the right to life, the right to health, the right to food, the right to water and sanitation, and the right to adequate housing and cultural rights. Experts have been warning about climate change and its dangers for decades. The World Health Organization predicted that between 2030 and 2050, climate change will cause an estimated 250,000 additional deaths per year. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization warns that climate change is causing extreme weather events, droughts, floods, and more, threatening the livelihoods of millions of people around the world. The World Bank is concerned that an additional 100 million people could fall into poverty by 2040 if current climate change conditions continue. The effects of climate change are particularly acute for the economically and socially disadvantaged and vulnerable. When one side complains of hot weather in an air-conditioned house, people living in inadequate housing without air conditioning are suffering from heat stroke. When some people complain of skyrocketing crop prices due to drought, people in the Pacific Island countries are abandoning their homes because it is no longer inhabitable due to sea level rises and migrating to other countries. We need to look at these issues through the lens of climate justice. Climate change is not just an environmental issue. We need to ensure that responsibility and impacts of climate change are shared equitably, and that those who are primarily responsible for causing it are held accountable for the protection and support of vulnerable people who are affected by it. The concept of climate justice needs to spread across the world. Those who are primarily responsible for the climate change need to take the responsibility to deal with the impacts of climate change. In 2017, the NHRCK aimed to strengthen social rights in the 5th Action Plan for the Promotion of Human Rights and established the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Division in 2018. And we have put the climate change and human rights issues on the agenda in earnest. In 2020, the Commission issued recommendations to improve the working conditions of construction workers and requested the government to improve policies based on the cases of human rights violations of workers working in the heat. And in 2022, the Commission delivered its opinion to the government on the need to improve laws and policies to approach and respond to climate change from a human rights perspective. These efforts have played an important role in spreading a human rights approach to climate change to South Korean society. In addition, the Commission submitted an amicus brief to the Constitutional Court in response to a climate lawsuit stating that the lack of a phased carbon reduction target beyond 2031 in the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth for coping with climate crisis did not comply with the principle of equity and minimum protection of future generations. This amicus brief was an important input to the Constitutional Court's decision in August this year, the first in Asia, that the government's greenhouse gas reduction target imposes an undue burden on future generations and violates fundamental rights. In addition to this, the NHRCK has conducted fact-finding investigation on the climate crisis, farmers' and fishermen's rights, and housing rights to understand the situation of vulnerable groups disproportionately affected by climate change and to review policies to address them. In order to address human rights issues related to climate change, it is essential that governments and corporations play an active role. Governments need to consider human rights perspectives when formulating climate change policies. Businesses, for their part, should not view climate change-related regulations as a restriction on their freedom of business, but rather as a way to respect human rights and to fulfill their social responsibilities. Distinguished guests, climate change is a human rights issue that can no longer be delayed. The NHRCK will do its utmost to reframe the perception of climate change from a human rights perspective and to protect the rights of those affected by climate change, especially the economically and socially disadvantaged. I sincerely hope that today's conference will serve as an opportunity to raise our awareness that climate change is a human rights issue that we all need to address. And I am confident that the valuable input from all of you here today will be of great help in addressing climate change and protecting human rights. Once again, I would like to extend my sincere welcome and gratitude to all of you for attending today's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Changho, for those opening remarks. So climate change is an issue of human rights and must most urgently be addressed. The very significance of this event and its direction was outlined very well in those opening remarks. Now we would like to move on to the keynote speeches. We have two keynote speeches. The first keynote speech will be given by the UN Special Rapporteur on Climate Change and Human Rights, Professor Elisa MORGERA. Climate change and human rights are challenges and the opportunities for transformation will be the title of her keynote speech. Please give her a big hand as she takes the stage.
Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate the National Human Rights Commission for this initiative and for bringing together such an important lineup of speakers to help us all reflect together on the challenges and opportunities of, as the chairman just said, reframing climate change as a human rights issue and also looking at human rights-based solutions. So in my presentation, I will first reflect on how UN human rights mechanisms have already addressed climate change as a matter of human rights and how they have helped us to understand the interconnected challenges of protection of human rights and the fight against climate change. I've only started my role on the 1st of May, but in the last few years, several UN Special Rapporteurs and almost all UN treaty bodies have clarified how different human rights are being impacted by climate change And that understanding has allowed, in turn, that analysis to identify which mitigation actions should be prioritized from a human rights perspective and how they should be undertaken. There's been some reflection already on the need to phase out fossil fuels and also phase out subsidies to fossil fuels. The UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing has done really important work on energy efficiency and has identified several negative impacts on human rights that need to be taken into account. Equally, several rapporteurs have looked at how nature contributes to climate mitigation and the role of food systems in climate mitigation, and again, several dimensions related to the protection of human rights. And we've also had significant concerns and evidence being brought together about the use of untested climate technologies and also certain human rights concerns related to the use of carbon credits and carbon markets. There's been also significant work on climate adaptation. In the slide, I'm mainly referring to a seminal decision of the Human Rights Committee that has clarified that lack, delay, or inadequacy of action on climate adaptation can be a violation of human rights when the ability of human rights holders to cope is compromised and when those negative impacts on their human rights, including livelihoods and cultures, are foreseeable, serious, and attributable to state authorities. There's been also significant work, including by the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, on the concept of the just transition, and maybe broadening that concept not only in relation to the critical protection of workers' rights, which has already been mentioned today, but also really understanding every other community and individuals that may be particularly affected, with an emphasis on indigenous peoples and other populations that may be affected by energy poverty. And the key, I think, emphasis in relation to the just transition and that notion of justice is really around the importance of public participation in the process of decision-making, social dialogue and meaningful engagement with a view to understanding both what the human rights concerns and experiences of negative impacts are, but also what the solutions that appear most helpful and meaningful for those human rights holders who are bearing the brunt of climate change. There's been also some work by different human rights bodies and experts on climate finance, mainly looking at three aspects. First of all, the obligation of developing states to provide sufficient financing to protect human rights from the negative impacts of climate change, but also, again, that idea of participation, of making sure that the setting of priorities for international finance is really shaped and meaningful for those who are bearing the most significant effects of climate change. And in fact, that setting of priorities should be accompanied also by direct access to international funding for the human rights holders in most vulnerable situations. There has been some work also in terms of the importance of safeguarding, making sure that when we fund projects related to climate change, we do not lead to other human rights violations. And there's been some learning in the context of international independent monitoring and redress mechanisms of different climate funds, but also independent research that has been carried out about certain climate response measures that have themselves had negative impacts on human rights. Quite a lot of work has happened, including this year, on loss and damage, looking at how human rights can help understand the nature of loss and damage and navigate that distinction between economic and non-economic loss and damage, but also looking at the human right to remedy and what it means to fulfill that human right in the context of the existing structures on loss and damage. And finally, the recurring question of sufficient finance. What has been really interesting for me in trying to bring together all this guidance that has been developed very significantly in the last 2 years and has been synthesized in my first report, which I discussed at the Human Rights Council in July, is how much this human rights work has brought together crucial evidence for all of us to understand which human rights holders are most impacted by climate change or by climate change measures on multiple grounds of vulnerability and sometimes also multiple grounds of discrimination. And we have specific guidance and insights about how to prevent those negative impacts from happening again, being that with regard to indigenous peoples' human rights, to peasants and small-scale fishers, which have already been mentioned, women and girls, children, older people, persons with disabilities, persons with albinism, also understanding the role of racism and negative impacts on cultural rights as part of the compounding elements that have then further negative impacts on human rights, and more evidence that shows the interconnections between the impacts of climate change, human mobility, and unfortunately cascading effects in terms of gender-based violence, human trafficking, and modern forms of slavery. So this is quite a daunting list. And I think what is important here, besides really fully taking on board the existence of this evidence, is how important this evidence is for prevention, preventing further foreseeable human rights impacts in the context of our planning on climate change measures. And really also understanding through these experiences what kind of loss and damage is being experienced, and once again, making sure that this is fully factored into our prevention approaches. What my report then recommended was really an understanding of these lived experiences of human rights impacts as a source of evidence that should have the same value and the same attention the other important sources of science on climate change. And really that kind of links back to that idea of how important public participation is in decision-making on climate change. We can't, in the abstract space of a room like this, really fully understand how climate change is impacting the lives, the well-being, the cultures of different human rights holders. We need to hear it from them and understand from their perspective what seems a most effective response. And this is, of course, a role for states and public authorities, but it's really important that different bodies in the UN support spaces for that dialogue with the human rights holders that have been most affected, the work of civil society and the research community as well, to be able to work with human rights holders and help to convey their lived experience and connecting it with other sources of science that help us make decisions on climate change, and also for the business community and their own decision-making. My second report, which I will discuss later this week in New York at the UN General Assembly, has focused on a particular aspect to try and move forward from what we have learned. And this is the question of access to information on climate change and human rights. And the idea here was, again, that what do we need to bring together in terms of understanding and knowledge to make sure that, on the one hand, authorities have that understanding of what are foreseeable and preventable negative impacts on human rights that may arise from climate change and also from climate change measures. And this is the only way in which they can take decisions that can be fair, that can be effective, and that can be inclusive. But that access to information that is timely, high quality, trustworthy, evidence-based, and accessible is also essential for all of us to be able to assess whether our public authorities and business are taking sufficient action to protect our human rights, and for all of us to be able to be resilient and to adapt and to take action to protect our own human rights in the context of climate change. And I think one of the key findings in this report is how many different areas of information we need to bring together to really understand who's being impacted in their human rights. And that's really about both the sources and the effects of climate change, but also looking at the effects on nature, on ecosystems, and the benefits that we derive from nature for our well-being, including our human health, our right to food and water, our right to culture in some cases, and bringing that in conversation with the evidence we have around weather and disaster patterns, which is a source of evidence that is uneven in different regions, and combine that with the evidence, the social science evidence, so to say, about the impacts on human health, on mobility, on labor, on social, economic, and cultural rights, and very much trying to connect this across sectors of governments that usually still work quite separately in relation to land-based economic activities, freshwater management, and the marine context. And all of this is essential for us to make sure that in advancing our responses to climate change, also our human right to a healthy environment is protected. So there were two key recommendations arising from the report. One, the need to understand where are the gaps in information, where authorities or human rights holders do not have a full understanding of which human rights are at risk and why in the context of climate change. And of course, also realizing that we need to connect existing sources of information across sectors and level of governments with a particular attention to the local level, where immediate responses and early warning can be put in place, but where maybe we may be struggling in terms of capacities and systems to really connect all relevant information and make it actionable. And this is also a point for the international community and the international efforts to provide information on climate change and on human rights. Different really important initiatives exist, and I think trying to understand to what extent they are connected with one another and interoperable is really an important task for the international community. And crucially, try to understand if we have several gaps, which of these gaps should be prioritized, taking into account the greatest need to protect economic, social, and cultural rights and other human rights that may be at stake. And really very much using that idea of the greatest needs to prioritize the funding for research and efforts in connecting information where that is available. So the report contained both recommendations for public authorities, particularly in relation to actively take action against disinformation on climate change and misleading information, making sure that the public can have access to independent experts to be able to navigate the landscape and be able to distinguish what is trustworthy information from what is not. But equally, the importance of legislation that imposes clear obligations on business to share their information on their direct and indirect impacts on climate change and on human rights, and how they're taking efforts to mitigate any risks. And this also includes obligations for companies not to take any action to dissuade the public and civil society from seeking and expanding the base of information when it may go against their interest. And in fact, we have several cases in which private companies around the world are using lawsuits against public participation that brings to the surface those cases of disinformation or misinformation. And legislative action is essential to prevent this phenomenon from spreading and ensure effective protection for those human rights holders and civil society organizations who are doing the work to ensure, to our all benefit, greater access to information on climate change and human rights. It is also important to think about what business need to do as part of their due diligence and really looking at the aspect of the scope of their responsibilities to contribute to access to information, the range of their impacts on climate change and on human rights that need to be made transparent and accessible in the context in which they operate or where they may have an impact. And that also means providing accessible information in local languages, making sure that the means of sharing information are culturally appropriate, and also, again, offering to communities independent legal and technical support to be able to form their own opinion on the information that's provided by private companies. Again, also very clear responsibility not to engage in misinformation campaigns or disinformation and not to engage in that strategic lawsuit against public participation. So this is just a start, I think, of the work that I will be doing. But I think before moving forward into what the further contribution that my mandate can make, I think it is important to kind of stop and reflect about what is the contribution, the opportunities that this work on climate change related from the perspective of international human rights law provides. And first of all, I think it provides the evidence base of foreseeable risks that can be prevented. And that evidence really needs to be factored in, as I was saying, in any prevention effort, be that at the level of climate mitigation or climate adaptation, and also in relation to loss and damage. Secondly, I think we need more clarity around the margins, the room of maneuver for states. There are very complex balancing of rights and interests to be done in the just transition, and human rights can provide certain support for governments to be able to navigate and distinguish what should receive protection, who are the human rights holders in the highest situations of vulnerability that need to be prioritized. And in the context of minimum guarantees of transparency and participation. Equally, I think providing access to justice and making sure that there are those areas where the use of public power falls short of the international standards established to protect human rights is really essential. We've just heard about this historic case in this country, and I think we will see how that case can provide a significant step change in climate change action in this country. And so the question of the effective remedies once again calls for participation in the implementation of those judicial decisions and making sure that the measures that are put in place are those that effectively are needed and felt as such by the human rights holders who are most affected by climate change. But there's also I think several strategic benefits in engaging in the context of climate change from a human rights perspective, realizing the understanding of who is most vulnerable and how we can take an equitable approach to our climate change decision making. What does it mean? What does equity mean? It's really the human rights standards and the evidence that allows us to understand where we have unequal impacts and also unequal burdens are being placed on the shoulders of different stakeholders to respond to the negative impacts of climate change. But even more important, it really helps us to surface root causes of climate change itself, but also the root causes of where our climate action has not been effective, and really focusing on that as a difficult place, but a crucial place to identify the opportunities for transformation. We need that change to happen in this decade if we want to avoid the even worse effects of climate change. And understanding where the potential for transformation resides is a huge contribution of human rights evidence and standards. But that understanding, that engagement with the lived experience also help us, our system thinking. Again, if we think rationally, how do we bring together all these sources of information, all these activities that are spread across different sectors of government? That is very difficult to do. But in fact, all those things come to life and are interconnected in the lived experiences of those who have been impacted by climate change. And that means that their lived experiences help us all to see all those connections and see how we can make a decision that will be meaningful in that context. And finally, I think we may have many more allies that can work on climate change to try and find equitable and effective solutions. There may be the organizations that are currently active and collaborating with the government in this area. And the human rights lens shows how the medical community is poised and ready and has such an important contributions to make in our decisions on climate change. Equally, the ocean science community or the nature conservation community, they all have pieces of the puzzle, evidence, experiences that are important to bring into climate change decision making, but it can also show how many more alliances and partnerships can be built and strengthened to make sure that then the action will be followed up once decisions are taken. And so I mentioned transformation and transformative change just to reflect very briefly about what that means. It means that we're moving away from fixes. We can't just try and fix technically or with regulation what we've done so far on climate change. We need something much more ambitious and deeper that has to do with solutions that can work at different scales and across different sectors. And what that means is that, again, we need to go a bit deeper into the root causes of climate change and why we haven't been able to make as much progress as we wished. And that has to do with understanding whose voices and whose rights have not been taken into account yet in those decision-making processes. So again, we go back to that idea of how important public participation is, and that participation that's really very much empowered by access to information, and where we all listen and understand those experiences of human rights holders that have been most affected by climate change. Because it is their knowledge that has been left out of decision-making, and that very leaving out of that knowledge explains why we haven't made so much progress. But equally, it helps us to think about those burden of responsibility and where it is fair and where it is not fair to place the burden, particularly not on the vulnerable who's already shouldering so much of the negative impacts of climate change and, unfortunately, the limited effectiveness of our actions so far. There's a few things I have learned as a researcher before becoming Special Rapporteur that really help with that idea of finding transformation. I think historical context is really important. Usually the people who are most affected by climate change have been marginalized time and again, sometimes over generations, in decision-making processes. And we need to understand the existing contextual inequalities that make them find themselves in situations of heightened vulnerability. And that's why that opening up of decision-making process is essential. But equally respecting cultures, different cultures and cultural heritage and different knowledge systems, small-scale fishers' knowledge systems, indigenous peoples' knowledge systems, they are all provide a piece of the puzzle for that system thinking that can allow us to transform our responses to climate change. And valuing what the system, the planet in which we live in, how that life-supporting system in and of itself has contributed to mitigating and adapting to climate change through natural processes, and what it means when we don't take that understanding and the relevant areas of science into account while we look for solutions to mitigate or adapt to climate change. So the natural processes that contribute to planetary climate regulations and the science underpinning that is an essential element, I think, which is very much linked to how certain human rights holders, particularly the ones that live in closer connections to nature because of their cultures, are most affected. But also why they understand the problem of climate change in such an interconnected way. So finally, just to say that there's plenty of work still to be done on human rights and climate change. Many colleagues are already keeping up the work that they've done, and I'm in a very privileged position to try and combine my work and make sure we complement each other's work. The UN Special Rapporteur on the right to a healthy environment, which has started at the same time as me on 1st of May, for instance, is planning a report on air quality, which will be essential as part of our understanding of climate change and human rights. The Special Rapporteur on the right to water is doing significant work already on climate change and human rights, and so many other rapporteurs and human rights bodies that I've been in touch and I'm planning to work very closely together. And in terms of my own work moving forward, I'm in the process of consultations with states, with national human rights institutions, with indigenous peoples, with children, and with environmental human rights defenders to see which priorities I should address in my future work, particularly looking at the guidance from my human rights perspective across different sectors of the just transition, and whether there are I think systemic issues that need to be brought to light through that work, but trying to speak in the terms and really getting into the paradoxes, the difficult decisions that need to be made within different sectors for the just transition. So I'll stop there and look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 네, 교수님 기조
Thank you very much, Professor. The challenges and opportunities for transformation. Keynote speech provided us with many important insights. Thank you so much for that speech. Next, I would like to introduce the next keynote speaker, European Union Special Representative for Human Rights. Ambassador Olof SKOOG will be giving this second keynote speech. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to be here. As the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, I'm gradually starting to understand what the new frontier of human rights means, including the right that relates to climate change. As the previous speaker just said, I think the word just in the transition is precisely about ensuring that the human rights are protected in that transition. So I want to start out by thanking the host for the conference today, starting with the National Human Rights Commission through the chairperson who is here, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Asia-Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions, the local office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and our European Union delegation, who has for many years supported this conference. It's really a pleasure to be here also in person to hear the perspectives of Korea and many of the speakers, and I want to thank Elisa MORGERA for the new Rapporteur on human rights and climate change for setting the issues precisely as they are, daunting but key. So, colleagues, we meet at a juncture in time where it's absolutely clear that we don't only have the necessity to, but also the possibility to act, and that all of us gathered here today have a key role to play in this regard. It's evidently clear that the accelerating, deepening, and mutually reinforcing triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution continue to have a massive adverse impact on the full and effective enjoyment of human rights across the globe. Only these past months, forest fires have ravaged in Brazil as they have in Portugal, with severe impacts, including on the right to health. Floods have forced people to leave their homes in Central Europe as they did in Southeast Asia. Fishermen around Lake Chad in Africa have seen their livelihood disappear in front of their eyes for the last decade. Here, in the Republic of Korea, last year was the hottest year on record, with an unprecedented number of days with heat waves, according to the Korea Meteorological Administration. Earlier this year, the World Meteorological Organization confirmed that 2023 was, by a huge margin, the warmest year for the entire planet. How could this not affect the human rights of people around the world? Climate change is a real danger for humanity, a threat multiplier exacerbating other challenges we face today, such as the proliferation of conflicts. We're living in the most vulnerable, and those living in the most vulnerable situations are, as always, the hardest hit. It's the youngest and the oldest members of our society, the disabled, those living and working in conditions of poverty, and those without the means to adapt to a changing climate. These are rarely the individuals sitting around the decision-making tables. They don't have the power, nor are they part of the vested interest in maintaining status quo. But they are making their voices heard, many at great personal risk, and they are pushing us in front of them towards action and justice. A few examples. Environmental human rights defenders belonging to indigenous people or other minorities are often the first to register and call for action on environmental degradation, in many cases in conflict with economic interests. They provide important early warning information, yet they are far too often harassed, intimidated, and even killed. Activism in relation to mining, often related to critical raw materials used for the green transition, continue to be a high-risk area, also here in Asia, where 40% of reported deaths occurred during the last 10 years. This is, of course, not acceptable. As the EU we're trying to always protect the civic space. And we're also, in case of emergency, supporting human rights defenders that are directly at risk. Through grants, human rights defenders have received support for temporary relocation, legal costs, medical costs, and to finance protection measures to their offices and communities. In 2023 alone, through the Protect Defenders program, the EU supported nearly 875 environmental defenders. I'm proud of the fact that we were able to do this, but it's horrifying if you look at how many people are in need of this type of protection in their own countries. Beyond the immediate rescue, there needs to come a shift in perspective of the value of the work of human rights defenders on environment and climate issues. That is why my colleagues in EU delegations around the world regularly organize meetings with human rights defenders, monitor their trials, or visit them in detention. Secondly, in my own country, Sweden, Greta Thunberg, who you all have heard of, then a child, began her weekly school strike to demand action against climate change from her national parliamentarians, an act of protest echoed by thousands more in the global youth movement Fridays for Future. And those who didn't take that seriously back then, I think they've learned a lesson by now. Thirdly, here in the Republic of Korea, as we've heard, the Constitutional Court presented its milestone decision on August 29 on the basis of a case presented by 255 plaintiffs, many of them children, establishing the responsibility of the state to take positive measures against climate change to protect the human rights of its citizens, in particular the younger generation and future generations. This was the first country in Asia to decide on the matter. In Europe, it was the Klima Seniorinnen, a group of older women in Switzerland, who presented a case on which the European Court of Human Rights clarified the responsibility of the state to take positive action to prevent climate change and to protect the right to health. States need to take their climate change obligations seriously. Climate litigation is linked to the realization of human rights. We would be wiser to recognize that it is not only our responsibility, but in our interest to ensure civic participation on all levels of decision-making on climate-related matters, including in the multilateral negotiations. I think the Special Rapporteur has made her case very, very strongly. Inclusion has to be the new mantra. I want to highlight that the EU has called on the host country for the upcoming COP29 to demonstrate that the government is committed to the protection of human rights, the rule of law, and the free and independent civil society and media landscape by ensuring that civil society can safely and fully participate, and by guaranteeing free access to information and freedom of assembly, including an uninhibited media coverage of that conference. Thanks to the action of states, national human rights institutions, courts, civil society, and the private sector, we're making important inroads towards action and justice for human rights in relation to climate change. Obviously, not enough. We already see how framing climate change as a matter of human rights has boosted the discussion on mitigation and adaptation in many countries as citizens take to the courts to claim their rights. Through the jurisprudence from national, regional, and international courts, a more solid legal guidance have emerged. The recognition of a clean, healthy, and a sustainable environment as a human right has been an important milestone, as has been the appointment of the dedicated UN Special Rapporteur that we have the privilege of having here today. I'm glad to share the floor here today with the Special Rapporteur. The EU fully supports and promotes your mandate, Madam Elisa MORGERA, and your work to provide further guidance and shed light on the situation of human rights in relation to climate change. The rich body of findings and recommendations produced by the UN system and by yourself play a crucial role in strengthening an evidence-based international policymaking and environmental protection and climate change. Let me now turn to the action point, and here I wish to start at home with the European Union. The EU bears a large responsibility to ensure climate action. As one of the most economically developed areas in the world, we are among those who emit and have emitted in the past the most greenhouse gas responsible for climate change. We are acting at home to limit emissions. The EU climate law makes climate neutrality by mid-century a legally binding commitment and raises EU's greenhouse gas emissions reduction target from previously 40% to at least 55% in 2030, compared to 1990. However, target setting is the easier part. Implementation is harder and more decisive. The EU is now also walking the talk with a Fit for 55 package, aiming at ensuring a cost-effective yet fair transition, while ensuring that the most vulnerable people and actors get the necessary help to adjust to the radical changes underway in transport, housing, or employment. We have been reminded this last year that there is no way forward on climate other than by ensuring that all parts of society are invested in the green transition. We know that the world looks at the EU to lead the way, and climate action is a central pillar also of all our external action, combining the European Green Deal's domestic and international dimensions. Global Gateway, the infrastructure project, has placed the green transition center stage in our international partnerships. Over 2021 to 2027, the goal is to ensure that 35% of the EU's external budget contributes to climate action and 10% biodiversity protection. Environment is one of the pillars of the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy, whose implementation I oversee. It's the roadmap of my own mandate. We're actively engaged in multilateral processes, raising human rights in the environmental fora and environmental issues in human rights fora. I ask for everyone to do the same. Raise human rights where you discuss the environment, and raise the environment where you discuss human rights. The renewal of a mandate of the Special Rapporteur on Climate Change that a group of states and the EU present, and that was adopted by the Human Rights Council last week, is a clear example. We're putting our money where our mouth is. The EU and its member states are global leaders on climate financing. In 2022, the European Union and its 27 member states contributed 28.5 billion euros in climate finance from public sources and mobilized an additional amount of 11.9 billion of private finance to support developing countries to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and, importantly, to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Several of these projects are conducted in the Asia-Pacific region, such as the Just Energy Transition Partnership that we have with Indonesia and Vietnam. We also fund the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions and their work on how national human rights institutions can support the integration of human rights into all levels of decision-making. Human rights institutions play an important role to ensure that global commitments trickle down to a myriad of decisions, many at very local levels, on everything from city planning to workplace regulations. Again, I think the Special Rapporteur has listed all the aspects where this needs to come into place. In the EU, we are currently expanding our toolbox from legislation to trade facilitation to push for human rights due diligence in relation to the environment, with new legislation on deforestation and sustainable due diligence being rolled out next year. These legislative initiatives move from voluntary to mandatory regulations on business and human rights, make clear that large private companies bear a responsibility to ensure that their operations cause no harm in relation to human rights and the environment. I believe that there will be more specific discussions on this later on in the course of this conference. Finally, colleagues, I highlight these actions not to applaud ourselves, but to say that we recognize our responsibility and we try to act on it. There is too much of finger-pointing in the global climate debate already of today, and polarization, and it helps no one except those trying to get off the hook on action. And when it comes to human rights and climate change, no one is off the hook. All states have the equal responsibility to fully respect, protect, and human rights and promote human rights. And remember, these human rights is not a Western construct, they are universal. And all of us are sharing an ever hotter planet. It's high time to join hands and get to work individually and together to ensure action for human rights and for the environment. I thank you very much and congratulate you on the conference.
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 두 번째 기조 연
So that was the second keynote speech. So at the intersection of climate change and human rights, the challenges that we face, I think this was an opportunity for us to reflect upon those issues. So we have heard two keynote speeches. Before we start the first session, we would like to have a group photo op with our VIP participants. So first we'd like to invite Chairperson Changho and also Olof SKOOG, the second keynote speaker, the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, and also Ambassador Fernandez. 네, 그리고 또한 프리고 와그님 from the OHCHR. We would like to ask all of you to please come up to the stage, and also the presenters and the moderators for today's conference. We'd like to invite you all to the center of the stage. So after the group photo op is finished, we will organize our seating and then move on to the first session of today's conference. Chairperson Changho and the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, Mr. SKOOG, and also WAGLE from OHCHR, and also Ambassador Fernandez, and also our moderator and presenters of today's event. We have invited them to the stage for a group photo op. This, I hope, will become an important first step for promoting cooperation to deal with climate change and human rights. So we sincerely hope that we will be able to see fruitful results from today's conference. So a group photo op for everyone.
네, 저희는 지금부터 약 5분 정도 짧은 휴식 시간을 갖고
We'd like to have a 5-minute break and reconvene at 11 a.m. to begin with the first session of the conference.
Please clap your hands. Let's change the pose. Thank you. Show us a big smile. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Yes, that brings us to the end of photo session. And once again, our session, the first session will begin at 네, 세션에 참여하시는 발표자 좌장님도
So the moderator and the presenters for the first session would like to invite you up to the stage. We do have a lot of presentations and discussions as scheduled for today. So in order to ensure that we have sufficient time for each of our sessions, we'd like to ask you to please take your seats.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 안내 말씀을 드립니다. 세션 1
Once again, word of announcement, we're going to very soon start session 1. We'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats.
네, 다시 한번 저희 본 컨퍼런스는 동시 통역 서비스
Our conference is providing a simultaneous interpretation and the Korean language, channel 1 and channel 2 for English.
자, 이제 모두 완료가 된 것 같습니다. 기후 변화와
I think we are all seated. So, under the theme of climate change and human rights, a global perspective, we will begin the first session. We have 3 presentations scheduled for the first session. After the session is over, or after the presentation is over, actually, we're going to hold a general discussion. So, if you would like to ask any questions, you can write down your questions on a memo in front of you, and one of our staff will be collecting those memos and delivering them to the moderator. And also, those of you participating via online, you can also leave your questions on the chat box. So the moderator is Pradeep WAGLE from the OHCHR Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Section Chief. So I will pass the floor to Mr. Pradeep WAGLE.
to the session 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am the moderator. Thank you, Madam. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. It's also a pleasure to co-host this event on behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. As you see, I'm joined by 3 esteemed panelists who will bring diverse, deep, and intellectually profound conversation into the topic. Before us today, as you know, the topic that we'll be discussing is climate change and human rights, a global perspective. We already heard in the morning session about the climate crisis and its multifaceted impacts on human lives, human rights, economics, and all other aspects that we face. Climate crisis, as we say, is multifaceted. It's a triple planetary crisis. The life of this planet and life of human beings are at risk. It has so many negative impacts, some of which are already discussed, and will be discussing today in the morning and afternoon sessions. Just to briefly recap and set the tone so that colleagues next to me will be highlighting and focusing on the presentations. The first point I wanted to say is the climate crisis impacts everyone, of course, there's no doubt, there is no exception, but the most poor and vulnerable people are the most impacted in all aspects of their life, in all parts of the world. The impact on vulnerable communities, particularly those in marginalized and low-income regions, are disproportionate because they lack the resource to adapt or mitigate the growing threats of the climate change. I briefly want to recall all the data that the distinguished chair of the National Human Rights Commission presented this morning. just two of them, which are very, very important for our panel and the ensuing discussion. Between 2000 and 2019, the world incurred at least $2.8 trillion damage due to climate-related disasters. This is just one example of how it is impacting on economy. Between 2030 to 2050, the climate change is expected to cause additional 250,000 deaths per year, which is attributed to undernutrition, malnutrition, diseases like malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The health-related cost of climate change is even not bearable as we stand, and is continuing to grow as the climate crisis continues to hit. The impact on children is another important area. Around 40 million children and their education is disrupted due to climate change and environmental degradation. The panel will not only delve on these issues that I highlighted, but it brings together the aspect of science, this aspect of international standard making, and the aspect of practitioners, like how climate change and its impact are important for business and private sector to consider. It will look at the urgent needs that the world, the global community is facing, and how it can ensure human rights in the center of the decision making. The experts will highlight on the transformation of climate change, climate crisis to resilience, the efforts of the international community, the United Nations, and relevant stakeholders, and the corporate responsibility to mitigate its impact on human rights. So without taking further delays, I just wanted to introduce some housekeeping things. The presentations will be 20 minutes long, not more than 20 minutes. We have online listeners and viewers who are also requested to pass questions to us. And we have the audience in the room. Please feel free to pass on your questions if you have any. Once the presentations are done, we will pass the questions to the panelists, and the distinguished panelists will respond to the questions. Of course, time is a big thing, so we'll run we'll run the questions as it comes, and there will be a short closing sessions. So without delay, I would like to invite our first speaker, who is Mr. Chunho. He's an atmospheric scientist who graduated from UNC University. He spent 30 years at the National Institute of Meteorological Science, who has now retired. He has published a number of articles and books and has contributed significantly on this topic. Mr. Chunho, the floor is yours.
네. 네, 안녕하세요. 저는 대기과학자 조천호라고 합니다.
Good morning. I am Chunho. First of all, I am extremely honored to be here, invited as a presenter in this excellent conference. So if you look at the picture on the slide, you can see that the temperature is rising, and the ocean is acidifying, and the sea levels are going up, and glaciers are melting. However, climate change is not simply a catastrophe. It also leads to the spread of diseases, and the biodiversity is lost, and our food system will collapse, and we will suffer from water shortages and food shortages. It will cause political and social problems as well. So if we are not able to to prevent climate change, the very basis for our living will be shaken and broken, and the greatest effect will be inflicted upon the most vulnerable groups. So this climate change, how is it being caused, and how is it going to unfold going forward? Let us see this. So if you look at this picture, IPCC, a sixth report. This is actually the first picture included in this report from 1900 to 2100. You can see the rise in the global temperature, and you can see that every year there's a rise of the global temperature. Up until 2020, we are burning fossil fuels, and we are increasing the concentration of carbon dioxide, and we are raising the global temperature by 1.1 degrees Celsius. Well, that's not such a terrible figure. However, in the natural world, if you look at the glacier age and other non-glacier age, there is changes, but the fastest rise in temperature in nature is 1 degree increase in 1,000 years. However, we are artificially increasing the world's temperature by tenfold the pace of the natural world. This will lead to a collapse of the natural balance, and this will lead to extreme weather events. The climate will become more unstable, and much more extreme weather events will occur. In 1980s, across the world, there were over 200 incidences of extreme weather events, and this number has increased to 900 recently. And so we have only increased the global temperature by 1 degree Celsius. However, extreme weather events have increased it by fourfold. So if we are not able to reduce the carbon dioxide greenhouse gas emissions, then extreme weather events will occur much more frequently going forward. If you look at the future temperature, you can see that the future temperature is several, not just one. As I've said, human beings have actually increased the pace of global temperature rise by tenfold to the natural pace. And so we will see global temperatures in the future depending on how much greenhouse gas that we emit. So our future is uncertain, and so it can be several different scenarios. And for each of these scenarios, society, the politics, and the economy will be determined. And if you look at SFC1 scenario, we call this a sustainable future of mankind up until 2100. If we prevent the rise of global temperature to 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius, however, we have already raised the temperature to 1.1 degrees Celsius. And so our sustainability budget is already quite down. And what you can see also in this picture is that in those who were born in 1950, during their entire life, they will experience 1.12 degrees Celsius increase, but 0.9 degrees increase will be experienced by those who were born in 1980. So if we're not reducing the greenhouse gases, the younger you are, you will experience more frequent and more wider increases in global temperature. We have benefited greatly from burning fossil fuels. However, the result of that is greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gases by nature do not disappear from the atmosphere for hundreds of years, for thousands of years. It will remain in Earth's atmosphere. The more we emit these gases, the more they will accumulate. So the future generations, the benefits that we have enjoyed from burning fossil fuels, they won't enjoy any of that, but they will simply suffer the burden of bearing the responsibility for the climate change. And so if we are not coping with climate change, this will lead to grave injustice for the future generation. So I would like to emphasize this point. So we shouldn't leave things as they are. So why is a society what it is today? The society, economy has developed very rapidly, but the civilization that we enjoy today is based on fossil fuels. The higher quality of life that we enjoy today means that we have burned huge amounts of fossil fuels. This had led to greater greenhouse gas emissions and led to greater dangers in climate. And these climate change-related dangers is going to lead to a collapse of the society and economy in the world that we know of as we know it. So it was going to lead to an end of our civilization. So we need to stop the cycle at this point. We need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and the crop issues, food issues, ecosystem issues, disease-related issues. We need to adapt to the situations or outcome that is already upon us. And the impact of climate change is not distributed evenly across the world. Depending on where you are, depending on capabilities and income levels, the effects of climate change will be inflicted upon in a disproportionate, different manner. And right here lies the connection between human rights and climate change. So how is the world going to change going forward? This is a study that shows a possible scenario. At present, the greenhouse gas emission, the present level, if that's continued into the future, by 2050, the average global temperature rise will break through the 2 degrees mark. And in 2050, the global resources will reduce by 19%. So this will mean 14% for us. The income will reduce by 14%. During the IMF crisis, our GDP had declined by 12%. For about a year or two, we suffered back then. However, if we are not able to prevent climate change, that kind of confusion, that kind of suffering will continue perpetually for the future generations. So to prevent the 2-degree increase, if we are able to invest just 1/6 of that income, we will be able to prevent that climate change. So the cost of climate change that will hit upon us in the future years, if we are able to invest just a fraction of that increase in cost right now, we'll be able to prevent that kind of scenario from unfolding. And in Latin America and Africa, they are inflicted with a disproportionate amount of the effects of climate change. People living here, they do not have any responsibility whatsoever with regards to emitting greenhouse gases, but they are being fully hit with the full force of the climate change effects. And so the unfairness, inequity issues, the human rights issues are occurring because of this. So climate change is not proportionate to the income levels. Actually, it is disproportionate. Those who are living in poorer areas, in poorer countries, they will be suffering from a greater amount of effects of climate change. It's going to be amplified for the vulnerable groups. So this is a very unjust world that is being created. Let us look at how much unjust the world is in this picture. Across the world, the top 1% wealthiest people in the world, 1% in this group, they emit 48 tons a year of greenhouse gases, and about 4 billion people emits only 0.6% of that one wealthy wealthy person's emission levels. So if we simply accept this as a reality, this will be a really tragic outcome. And 10% of the top wealthiest people, they are actually responsible for half of the greenhouse gas emissions. And the world's poorest people, they are responsible for only 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So this is indeed a very unjust world that we're living in. And the top 20% wealthiest people, European Union average consumption levels is if this 10% wealthiest people, if they reduce their consumption level to the average level of European Union, if they are able to reduce the greenhouse gas levels to EU levels, then we can immediately reduce the greenhouse gases emissions by 1/3 of the present level. So because of the excesses of the wealthy people, climate change is taking place. 1 billion people in the world are living in poverty and dying of hunger. However, in the wealthy world, 1/3 of the food production is turned to food waste. So this 1/3 of food waste, if that is diverted to the poorest areas, regions of the world, we can save numerous lives. And at present, the household goods, the essential necessities that we are producing, if we are able to provide those necessities to the poorest regions, we are able to increase their standard of living significantly. However, that is not happening. So, because there are still such dire needs evidenced in so many parts of the world, this is indeed an unjust world. These poor people, however, if they try to develop their countries, would that accelerate the global warming and the climate change taking place in the world? Well, if you look at what Nature is reporting, 1 billion people of the world, they are living with less than $1.9 a day. And so if 1 billion people are given $1.9 a day, then the greenhouse gases will increase only by 1%. And half of the world's population, 4 billion people, they are living with $5.5 a day. That is a minimum amount of money needed to live a dignified life. However, they are living with less than $5.5, or 4 billion people. If their income is raised to $5.5 a day, then the greenhouse gas will increase by 10.8%. Then this is something that we can achieve by just turning off one of these bulbs that we have in this room. So increasing the living standards of the poor people will not lead to a planetary collapse. It is the excesses of the wealthiest people living in the world that is leading to this collapse of the ecosystem. So climate resilient development is recently a very popular term. We need to adapt to the climate change that is upon us. And if we do not undertake mitigation and adaptation measures, then our very habitat will be completely destroyed. And also, we need to together achieve the Sustainable Development Reports. In 2015, the Paris Agreement was entered into, and the SDGs were established back then as well. The reason why we need to achieve these goals is because the current generation, if we continue to use the planet as we are doing, then the Earth entire system will be completely broken, and the future generation will not be able to live in this planet. And that is the reason why we need to achieve the 17 SDG goals. And this has been made into a slogan by the UN: nobody should be left behind. We need to create a just world. And so the 6th IPCC report, this climate resilient development has been dealt with. And among the 7 values, first is reducing poverty. Number 10, reducing inequity. This is continuously being emphasized because of this very reason. And so climate resilient development, if we really work hard on this until 2100, if we really work hard, we can open up a sustainable path to future survival. But if we do not engage in such a climate resilient development, we will go a way of destruction. So if the mankind does not engage in a climate resilient development and we arrive in 2030, then all the benefits that can be accrued from the sustainable development will not exist. So the next 10 years, the choices made by humankind will determine the next 1,000 years of mankind. That is what is being emphasized by the 6th report of IPCC. So this window of sustainability is fast closing. That is what is being underscored in this report. So we need to give immediate responses, immediate actions now. So this is the last part of my presentation for today. World-renowned Margaret Meader, an anthropologist, she was asked what was the beginning of the mankind civilization. Do you know what Margaret Mead said? That was the beginning of compassion. That was her answer. The beginning of civilization being the beginning of compassion. 15,000 years ago, these hip bones were broken and then it was put back again. If the hip bones are broken, then it takes 6 weeks for somebody to rehabilitate. So for 6 weeks, this bone signifies that this person was being helped by somebody else to survive. So we need to have compassion for the sufferings of others. We need to stand with them in their sufferings. That is the beginning of human civilization, and I think we need to respond to climate change with such compassion and for caring of others. I think that is the way we can overcome today's crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chunho. Just 3 key recap from your presentation for everyone's convenience. The point on compassion, to take immediate, compassion plus to take immediate action, which highlights the urgent need to take immediate action to look at how the climate is impacting on people's life. Thank you for highlighting the impact that it makes to the poor and vulnerable population. And also the point on youth was very, very important because we are contributing to something to the generation that they cannot accept. The youth will suffer the most and we are making them suffer. They don't even know how their future would look like. But we should stop making the suffer and take concrete action. Thank you so much once again. We'll move to the next speaker, who is Christine Adam. Christine is the Director and Principal Legal Advisor at the UNFCCC Secretariat in Bonn. She provides legal advice to the bodies that she works, and also has been working with the UN Office on Migration and a number of other UN agencies. The full CV of the speakers is in the document. Please have a look. I won't take time to read the full CV. So without delay, Christine, the floor is yours, and you have 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pradeep. Good morning to the distinguished participants, the panelists, and the moderators. I would also like to start by thanking the organizers of this conference for inviting me here today. I think it's an excellent opportunity for all of us to exchange and reflect on the challenges that we face with respect to climate change and human rights. Let me start my presentation by quoting the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who stated in February 2020, "Climate crisis is the biggest threat to our survival as a species and is already threatening human rights around the world." As we know, in 1948, the United Nations adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Rights and freedoms set out there, they are all threatened by climate change. We have heard from the Chairperson Ann and from other speakers here today about the climate change-induced disasters that we are seeing at this moment in this world and over the past years. And also my previous speaker, Mr. Cho, referred to the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which is the United Nations body tasked with assessing science related to climate change. And the science is clear. The 6th assessment report says human-caused climate change impacts are already felt in every region across the globe. And again, we hear from those that have the scientific evidence, those that have contributed the least to climate change are being the most vulnerable with respect to the impacts. So it is clear that we are confronted with a global issue that requires collective action. And my presentation today will explore how the UN climate change regime has responded to the call. So I would like to start by presenting the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC Secretariat, for which I work, and how we support the implementation of the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Following this, I will provide an overview on the human rights and how they have been integrated in the climate change process. I will address gender in the climate change process, and finally speak about the participation, the observer participation in the UNFCCC process. So to introduce the Secretariat was established in the convention that was adopted in 1992. And since then, our world has evolved in step with the development of the climate change regime. So today, the Secretariat serves not only the convention, but also the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. In total, we are serving with that the 3 governing bodies under the different treaties, 2 subsidiary bodies under the treaties, and 17 constituted bodies that all are trying to advance the implementation of the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Agreement. At the heart of our mandate, as you can see here in the slide, which reproduces the Article 8, Article 8.2a, is making arrangements for sessions of the Conference of the Parties. So our task really is to facilitate the intergovernmental negotiation process on climate change. And the most significant of these conferences is, of course, the annual conference of the parties, the COP, that is scheduled this year to be held from the 11th to the 22nd November in Baku. This is also the largest annual UN conference. Over the past years, it has attracted well beyond 50,000 participants each year. But I would also like to highlight that the Secretariat also facilitates other forms of assistance to the parties, which you can also see in the slide in 8.2c, which is including the analysis and review of climate change information reported by parties to the Secretariat. And one example is the synthesis report on the national determined contributions, the NDCs, that are communicated by parties under the Paris Agreement. And that provides key insights and how countries consider, for example, also human rights and gender, for example, in their NDCs. I will return to that later. So the following slide provides you, this slide provides you with an overview of how human rights have been integrated into the international climate change regime. And by climate change regime, I referred to the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement, as well as the decisions that have been taken by the governing bodies of these treaties. The integration of human rights into the UN climate change regime is ongoing and is dynamic. And the evolution that we can also see on the slide reflects the growing recognition that there are strong linkages between climate change and human rights. It all began, of course, in 1992 with the Convention, whose ultimate objective is the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. That's from the article of the Convention. The Convention does not explicitly mention human rights, and the same holds also for the Kyoto Protocol that was adopted in 1997. However, in Article 3 of the Convention, it clearly states the parties have a right to and should promote sustainable development. And the right recognized here is the right to sustainable development. It's not the right to development itself, but hence there's a reference to the sustainability and hence to environmental matters. And the exact wording was then also replicated in the Kyoto Protocol a few years later. Before the adoption of the Paris Agreement, there have been decisions by the Conference of the Parties that were adopted and that advanced human rights. And one very important milestone here are the so-called Cancun agreements in 2010, adopted by a decision of the COP16. It contains the first explicit reference to human rights in a climate change regime. It emphasized that, and that's replicated here, parties should, in all climate change-related actions, fully respect human rights. The same Cancun agreements also recognize Resolution 10/4 of the United Nations Human Rights Council on Human Rights and Climate Change, and they also ask parties to respect the knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples and members of the local communities. So the Cancun agreement's really a very important milestone in order to bring the human rights into the climate change process. In line with the increasing attention to human rights impacts of climate change, the Paris Agreement then represented another very important milestone in this journey. The Paris Agreement was the first international environmental agreement to explicitly recognize the connection between human rights and climate change. And I would like to here speak about the paragraph. Well, first of all, as we know, the Paris Agreement established the important goal to hold the increase in the global average temperatures to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1%, 5 degrees Celsius. And important in the context of human rights and climate change is the preambular paragraph 11 of the Paris Agreement, which is on this slide. It begins by acknowledging that climate change is a common concern of humankind. So again, the use of humankind clearly highlights the fact that we are in front of a global issue that does not know any national borders, and that consequences and causes and consequences of climate change are beyond national borders. Hence, global and international cooperation is needed. The paragraph then sets out the expectation that parties should, when taking action to address climate change, respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations on human rights. So the reference to respective obligations is here in order to not create new human rights obligations for parties that was not wanted under the climate change regime. And we also see that the parties that adopted the Paris Agreement opted for the phrase respect, promote, and consider, rather than the more widely recognized human rights duties of respect, protect, and fulfill. The reason again was in order to, it was felt that that is too operational for the preambular paragraph, and was an important also to make this happen and to bring the explicit human rights language in the Paris Agreement. The paragraph also lists specific rights, such as the right to health and rights for specific groups of people that need to be taken into consideration, and includes also the right to development. And again, if read in conjunction with the preambular paragraphs and with the operative paragraphs, this is understood to be the right to a sustainable development. The paragraph concludes by referring to the intergenerational equity, and this is in furthering of the language of the convention, which speaks to the benefits of present and future generations. And I would also like to now move on to the next slide, which is on the GST. That's the global stocktake, which is mandated under Article 14 of the Paris Agreement, and it's the first time that that was done in 2023 at the COP28. And it is an exercise that is now to be repeated every 5 years. Regarding the intersection in the GST decision with human rights, I would like to highlight that it refers or uses the language of the preambular paragraph 11 that we've all seen, but expands it also to include the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So we can see here how the language of the General Assembly resolution on the right to a healthy environment also found its way in the UNFCCC process. There are several references in this global stocktake decision also on just transition, as we have heard also from the speaker before. And just transition should ensure that the move to a low carbon economy creates opportunities for decent work, and here lies the challenge that no one is left behind. So economic and social rights along with justice are central to a just transition for the workforce. And that becomes even more relevant if we think about what is the call of the first global stocktake, which is to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency, as well as transition away from fossil fuels. The global stocktake also focuses on inclusion. It is to ensure, it has calls to ensure that individuals and groups in vulnerable situations are effectively engaged in the development and implementation of policies and initiatives addressing the climate change. And that also with a specific reference to the indigenous people and local communities. I will, given the time, only briefly speak about gender and climate change. The first milestone here is a decision in 2012 when gender was made a standing agenda item on the UNFCCC agenda, and it asked the Secretariat to it set a goal of gender balance in national delegation and constituted bodies and requested the Secretariat to monitor that. And we are doing that still every year, providing reports on that. We evolved over the years and have recognized also the gender differentiated impacts of climate change, in particular in the Enhanced Lima Work Program. For 2024, we are hoping to, and that has been also recognized in the NDC reports that I was talking earlier about. And for the COP in 29, we are hoping to to review the Enhanced Lima Work Program and the Gender Action Plan. Now, coming to the final part of my presentation, the next slide summarizes the participation of observers in the UNFCCC intergovernmental process. As discussed earlier, this is the biggest annual UN conference. A wide range of issues are being discussed, and the demand for observer participation is high. It has increased over years, as you can see in the slide, and in the last COP in 2020, in 2023, the COP 28 in Dubai, we had the attendance of 13,000 civil society participants. And considering the urgency of climate action, this is really a welcome and needed development, as the observers bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to assist parties in the implementation of the convention and the climate change. So civil society engagement is really one of the big areas of work of the UNFCCC Secretariat, and that work gives effect to the right to public participation and public access to information that the Special Rapporteur, Elisa MORGERA, also talked about earlier. We have a number of NGOs that are coming to the process, and this slide shows you how they are affiliated. They are affiliated mainly with the 9 major groups, constituencies that we know also from the UN. They are also affiliated in formal groups around faith, diversity, etc., and also non-affiliated. So really, the scale and the diversity of the observer engagement is what makes it unique at the UNFCCC. We have different forms of engagement that observers are using. They are providing tailored substance inputs to parties for the negotiations. They are meeting in bilateral meetings with parties, but they are also hosting side events at COPs and also using the opportunity to network. Some modes of engagement are very important. One of them is dialogues and briefings. So the UNFCCC Secretariat, the Executive Secretary, as well as the presiding officers of the bodies in the process, they do offer the possibility to exchange, to provide updates on the status of the negotiations that's happening before and also during the COPs. And of course, another, and I will close on this, another very important mode of engagement for the participants is to follow the negotiations. Participants, the NGOs are participated as observers, they can participate but not take part in the decision-making. However, their participation has also, and the rights that were given for their participation has also increased over the years. So at the very beginning, it was only open-ended contact groups, that is one form of negotiation groups that were open for observers. But then at SB 34, it was recommended that also informal consultation groups, which before were preserved for the parties only in order to discuss more delicate issues informally, that those also should be opened if there is no contact group, at least the first and the last meeting of the formal consultations. And more recently, at SB 50, the SBI chair even encouraged parties to open all informal consultations also for observers. So observers come to these informal consultations, they can follow the negotiations, and also if there's time, observers are allowed to speak and serve as a very important means of influence also in these negotiations. And with that, and just on time, I will finish here my presentation that was giving an overview on the climate change process, the UNFCCC process, and human rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for the comprehensive presentation, providing us the overview of the human rights framework addressing the climate change. Before I move on to the next speaker, I wanted to invite all of you, if you have questions, comments, and suggestions, please use the yellow paper. It must be on your table, and pass your questions and comments to our colleagues who are around in the meeting room, who will pass it to us, and we will ask the panelists at the end of the presentation. So without further delay, I would like now to invite Ms. Yu Jung Sin. The full bio of her is on the conference book, but just a key highlight: she's a legal expert specializing in corporate responsibility and human rights. She has also worked previously in the Korean government, focusing on the domestic implementation of international human rights law, including the UNGP. She's a lawyer, practicing lawyer, and has worked extensively in the area of corporate responsibility and human rights. Ms. Sin, the floor is yours, and you have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. 안녕하세요. 저는
Good morning. I am lawyer Shin Yu-jung, as has been introduced. In the context of climate change, what the responsibility of the corporate sector is to respect human rights is the topic that has been given to me. It's an honor to be here. As international human rights laws and regimes, I have a lot of experience. And based on this experience, in the context of climate change, the responsibility of the companies to respect human rights. What kind of debate and discourse has been undertaken in the international community will be introduced to you. However, in the context of Asia and Korea, with regards to climate change, what kind of human rights related responsibility that the corporate sector has, the awareness of the corporate sector is not that high in this respect. So I'm going to give an update of the basic facts and also how the companies can minimize the adverse impact on human rights that is caused by climate change. Let me introduce my ideas. So, as has been repeatedly pointed out in the previous presentations, climate change is not simply an environmental and scientific issue. It is having an immense impact on human rights. That is a consensus by the international community. So, the impact of climate change on human rights, that has been the focus of the previous presentations. But as has been noted by the international community, climate change has an impact on a variety of different human rights, especially health rights and also right to life. In Korea, the elderly people, 123 people, had to the National Human Rights Commission had filed a petition claiming that climate change had an adverse impact on the right to health and life. I had actually served as a lawyer, and so the impact on the right to life and health was their primary claim. So the vulnerability to these rights. In the case of the elderly, lack of access to information and the lack of access to infrastructure in the rural areas, they are seeing an aggravated situation in terms of their rights because of this. However, the impact of climate change is not limited to these aspects. Shortfalls in food and water is also caused, and natural disasters, the frequency is increased, and also people lose their homes and they are forcibly displaced from their traditional habitats. So I understand that there's a topic of migration to be dealt with later on. And also in the agricultural sector, which is heavily dependent on nature, heavily impacted by climate change, people lose their livelihood, and also labor rights are impacted as well. And from the point of view of human rights, what we need to pay attention to is that there's an intersectionality between climate change and human rights of the especially vulnerable. So although I'm going to deal with this in a very conceptual level, in the afternoon session, you will be hearing from speakers who represent the laborers or environmental right defenders. So you'll be hearing their personal testimonies. I would like to ask you to please stay with us till the very end and listen to their presentations. Not only international norms, but national courts as well. They are recognizing that climate change is indeed a human rights issue. Inadequate response to climate change can become a human rights violations. Recently, the European Human Rights Court had decided that if inadequate measures are taken by the states to deal with climate change, this constitutes a human rights violation. So they have cited the actions of the Swiss government in this regard. And also with regards to the NDC of the Korean government, the Constitutional Court in Korea issued a ruling that it was unconstitutional.
Mostly deals with the state responsibility and obligations, and whether only the state should be held responsible for those actors have raised many questions. So greenhouse gas emissions and other areas are where corporates are contributing greatly to aggravating the climate issue. Of course, the fossil fuel businesses are posing a problem. And aside from those fossil fuel corporations, regardless of industry sector, many industries are depending on fossil fuel within their value chain. Therefore, emitting greenhouse gas within that value chain leads to them aggravating the climate crisis. And if this situation continues, the human rights violations will be continued amidst the climate change. And also financial institutions are responsible.
The fossil fuel dependent companies, if an asset manager invests in these kind of companies, then this is also a human rights violation, and this is not going to help in reducing the impact of climate change on human rights. And so climate change cannot be defined simply as greenhouse gas emission matters. Just transition and adaptation in relation to these two aspects, we need to emphasize the role of companies. In the case of a company, adaptation to the physical impact of climate change, the companies can have an impact in this regard to vulnerable groups. For instance, in a heat wave for outdoor laborers, if appropriate measures are not taken for the outdoor laborers by the companies, this is going to aggravate the human rights situation of these vulnerable groups. In the case of just transition as well, in the course of transition, labor rights can become an issue. For instance, in order to reduce carbon emission, if you are going to increase the use of renewable energy, in the course of doing that, if through unlawful labor or minerals that is produced through forced labor, if renewable energy is based on those kind of minerals, and this is not just transition. And so not only the emission of greenhouse gases, we need to look at the broader concept of climate change and what it involves. Significant impact on human rights is impacted by climate change, and it is also contributed by the companies. So what is the legal responsibility of the companies in this regard? In 2011, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights was established, and this needs to be applied. So, abiding by this principle, the companies need to be in advance with regards to adverse impact. They need to identify these adverse impact on human rights in advance, and they need to take this proactive measures to prevent the human rights violation. So that is the international discourse. And in order to have the companies abide by their corporate responsibility on human rights, this a priori approach has been greatly emphasized. So for instance, the UN working group on business and human rights, if you look at their note, just transition and the corporate responsibility for this is emphasized. And recently, there was a revision of the OECD guideline for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct. This is a very important international norm related to corporate responsibility. And the international consensus on climate change is something that the corporate sector must also take into account. And also in the report by the Special Rapporteur on climate change and human rights, the responsibility of the corporate sector is emphasized. I'm not sure whether representatives from the corporate sector is here, but when I give legal advice to the companies, I tell them that international bodies or the United Nations in doing such and such on corporate responsibility, they don't really pay heed to what I say. But what I would like to emphasize is that the corporate responsibility is going beyond international legal debate. Domestically, nationally as well, national courts are starting to deal with climate-related lawsuits. I cannot help but refer to the landmark decision that was made in 2021. Netherlands Hague District Court issued a ruling related to a climate lawsuit. So if you look at this lawsuit, Royal Dutch Shell was determined to have been aware of the human rights impact of climate change. Despite this awareness, they have expanded their use of fossil fuel, and this constitutes a tort. That was the decision of the District Court of Hague. So how corporate operations if it is predictable that corporate operations can have a human rights impact from its climate change-related contributions, they can be held responsible. That was the court's decision. And so across the world, we are seeing greater number of such climate litigations happening. For instance, in Indonesia, with regards to sea level rises, they have filed a lawsuit against a cement company. And in Germany, concerning a multinational energy company, RWE, residents have filed a damages lawsuit against this company in a climate lawsuit. So, and companies, in order to fulfill their corporate responsibility and also to meet the obligations under international human rights norms, what should they do? Actually, the Special Rapporteur's report also deals with this issue. The Special Rapporteur referred to this report during her keynote speech. What's most important is that an advanced identification assessment of corporate operations on climate change. This needs to be assessed in advance. For instance, in the afternoon session, we're going to have a tower crane worker who's going to present on his experience of human rights violations, labor rights violations related to climate change. So what people are experiencing on the side, in the industry, in the labor field. We'll be hearing the stakeholders' presentations. And so listening to these testimonies and experiences, the corporate section need to pay heed to their experiences and need to prevent any human rights violations in advance. And also transparent information sharing is very important. Green investment transparent information should be the basis of green and transparent investment. So it is important in that regard. And also their role in just transition is very important as well. So companies, in order to implement such responsibility, what kind of actions are necessary and what kind of actions are actually being taken? I'm going to deal with this topic. With regards to reducing greenhouse gases, there are many international initiatives, SBTI, TCFD. I have introduced briefly in my presentation materials. So I'm not going to go into much detail about these. However, voluntarily, companies are announcing their targets for reducing their greenhouse gas emissions, and various initiatives are underway to that end. But what I would like to really emphasize today is that companies voluntarily trying to announce that they're going to reduce greenhouse gases and any human rights impact from our operations, we will voluntarily try to prevent and address them. But these kind of voluntarily commitments are clearly limited in securing the necessary corporate responsibility in this regard. Public commitment and their actual actions are showing increasing discrepancy for many of the companies. In order to promote a good image for themselves, companies do tend to commit to green targets. However, in actuality, they make investments into fossil fuel-based operations, or behind people's backs, they actually engage in lobbying to promote further use of fossil fuels. And we are seeing increasing number of such reports attesting to such corporate actions. So voluntary commitments are important, but they're not a panacea. That is what is being shown by the increasing number of evidence. And also, what I would like to point out is that setting the targets themselves, I think the targets are in itself not sufficiently ambitious, those targets set by the companies. The greenhouse gases emitted in their supply chain, that's the Scope 3 emission, that is very important, has a huge impact on climate change. However, many fossil fuel companies, their targets and ambitions do not include Scope 3. Not only Scope 3 issues, but what I would like to say is that the human rights-based approach for the Korean companies and for many other companies as well, there's a human rights-based approach. It's not integrated into the strategies and operations of many of the companies. The companies' impact on climate change and greenhouse gas emissions and their role in just transition. If we want to secure that, human rights-based approach is essential, and human rights due diligence-based approach is critical. And in the course of that, the laborers, the local communities who are impacted by climate change, their voices need to be heard. But this kind of approach is not being taken by many of the Korean companies, many of the global companies. If you look at the sustainability reports and the ESG reports that they issue, it only includes greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, but not these kind of approaches that I've just outlined. So in order to overcome these limitations and have the companies reduce sufficient amounts of greenhouse gases, and also to have them address the human rights issues that they're causing, what kind of measures are necessary? For the EU representative talking about this, the sustainability due diligence directive is very important. So the material impact, adverse impact related information must be transparently disclosed. So EU, SFRD, CSRD, these disclosure directives have been implemented by EU for several years. In the case of Korea, yes, I have to cite the Korean case. Korea has announced a sustainability disclosure regulation, a draft form of that. However, the scope of the disclosure does not include Scope 3. and also the corporate operations, what kind of impact it has on human rights. This is made optional. This is something that companies can opt to do or opt not to do for the Korean version of this regulation. So this is not meeting the expectations of the international standards. But sustainability disclosure is a global trend. Now, CSRD of the EU, not only that, but also the US SEC's climate sustainability disclosure regulation is in place. So this is a general global trend, and we need to really take these kind of global trends into consideration in the Korean context. And also the due diligence is very critical. The reason why I'm emphasizing due diligence is because our environmental and social regulations was based on an ex post approach. Once a disaster occurs, the relevant people were punished. If there is an environmental crisis that happens, penalties were imposed. However, due diligence is something that you do in advance. In advance, companies assess potential impact of their operations on environment and human rights. So we need to take into consideration such approach. And the CSDDD that has been implemented by EU is, I think, a standard in this regard. So voluntary commitments have clear limitations, and so we need to take into consideration the recent global trends that place mandatory obligations on the corporate sector. I have only 2 minutes left to my allotted time. The chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission is here. And on a final note, I would like to ask the National Human Rights Commission in Korea of the following. So the Human Rights Commission has played a very important role with regards to human rights improvement and promotion. I think there was a recommendation, actually, by the Human Rights Commission that the corporate disclosure must include its impact on human rights. With regards to these kind of sustainability disclosure or, the environmental impact assessment regulation, as an independent commission, I think the role of the NHCHR in making recommendations to the Korean government to uphold international standards in this area is something that you need to do. And also for the Korean national companies, their impact internationally of their operations, I think that is also something that they need to deal with. The labor rights and how their rights to be defended related to climate change, for instance, like heat waves. I think recommendations have been made about individual laborers' rights. However, for the companies aspect as well, I think recommendations need to be further forthcoming from the National Human Rights Commission of Korea to the government about the corporate responsibility.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sin, for highlighting the key aspects of the corporate responsibility, human rights and climate change, and also highlighting the impact of the climate change to the situation of migrants, the migration induced by climate change, the livelihood issues, and finally, the labor rights. Thank you so much once again to all our speakers. This is the time that we're moving on to take some questions and comments, and I have received quite a lot of them already. And if you have, and if you want to ask questions to the panelists, please use the yellow paper and pass it to our colleagues. We can take it from there. There are a number of questions. I think the way that I'm clustering them is to take from local to international. The first question is more general, but I would like to pass it to Mr. Chunho, the first one. So the question is, in Korea, environmental impact assessment is being conducted by a company that is in the construction business. which raises doubts about its objectivity. What efforts should be made to ensure that environmental and human rights impact assessments are objective? So the first, Mr. Chunho, I think is quite important, but we can also invite Ms. Sin to respond to this question. But please be very specific when you respond. Over to you, Mr. Chunho.
Also, this is actually a very difficult question for me to answer, so I would like to pass the floor to Laura Shin. In Korea, environmental impact assessment, this is environmental impact assessment in English. However, in Korean, impact assessment, the international standards of impact assessment, the Korean version of the environmental impact assessment is not really meeting international standards. For large projects, in order to prevent any environmental impact, this is an administrative requirement. And the stakeholders are not guaranteed to participate in this assessment. And the standards for the assessment is actually quite different from the requirements that are mandated under the international standards. And so we need to actually improve upon this environmental impact assessment. And the current environmental impact assessment is only limited to a few larger projects, not for general or corporate operations. We don't have any environmental impact assessment, a general assessment for overall corporate operations. We need to expand the scope, and I think we need to improve upon the methodology as well.
Thank you so much. There are a number of questions coming, so I'm clustering, but I'll like this opportunity to ask a question to Christine. The question is, how does the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities shape the obligations of developed and developing countries in addressing the climate change? And there's also similar questions around that. I think it's quite linked. What are some of the efforts to put more responsibility on the developed countries around the world and that are responsible for climate crisis, and are they effective? Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for this question. So let me start with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So that's a very central principle in the climate change regime. And we can find it in the Convention, in the Kyoto Protocol, and in the Paris Agreement. It's basically the notion of equity by stipulating that commitments for the parties, so the states that are participating in those processes, the commitments for the parties should be differentiated based on their different responsibilities and capabilities. So the reason for the differentiation is still debated. So there are countries that are emphasizing more their responsibilities, which are historic, the link to the historic, the damage that has been done before. And there are other countries that are more emphasizing on the capabilities. Capabilities, of course, is something that is developed. So depending on whether you emphasize more on responsibilities or on capabilities, the commitments should change. If you emphasize more on capabilities, a country is evolving, is developing, that means that also it should take on more commitments. So this is basically one of the big discussions in the climate change regime. Now, how this has been operationalized is different in the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. So the Convention and the Kyoto Protocol operationalized it as different groups have different commitments, have different obligations, and there are annexes to the Convention that outlines, which countries are in one group and which are in the other group that are called we call them the Annex 1 countries and the non-Annex 1 countries. Annex 1 countries being the one that have more responsibilities because they have greater capabilities and more responsibilities. The Paris Agreement doesn't follow the same approach. The Paris Agreement is doing away with these annexes and is operationalizing the principle by tailoring the differentiation to the specificities of areas addressed. So under the Paris Agreements, all the parties have responsibilities, but due consideration is given to their national capabilities. So there is flexibility that is being afforded for example, developing countries with respect to reporting capacities. And I think the second part of the question was with respect to efforts and developed countries. So I have set out the system, and depending on responsibilities and capabilities, countries are requested to lead the efforts. The developed countries are requested, and that's also clear language, to lead the efforts when it comes to climate change, and in particular to also lead the efforts with respect to support means of implementation that can be financial support and technology. And is it working? Yes, it's a multilateral discussions with 198 countries. So there I can reassure you that during COPs there's a lot of negotiation and discussion going on. It is a very complex process in which all of the different aspects are being discussed. But I think, coming back to the topic here today, I think for us, for the UNFCCC process, the observer engagement is important there, because the observers are there to provide their views on human rights violations that they have also lived firsthand, and they are also there to hold the parties accountable. So I think that is one of the important aspects to know in the UNFCCC process. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I have a number of general questions, and I'll just want to read out them and invite the panelists to respond as they feel appropriate. As they feel appropriate. The first one is, how should we respond to corporates' fake advertisement, such as greenwashing? That's the first question. Sorry. The second question is, what can individuals do to reduce their carbon footprint? Will their action help the individual actions? The third is very, very important and very practical. So it's a bit bright and cool here in this room. If we turn off half of the lights and air conditioning, making the conference room a little darker and little warmer, will that help to mitigate the climate change? So there's no specific speakers requested to respond, but I'll just pass it to all of you and invite to respond, please. Thank you. So who wants to take the lead?
먼저 그
So to reduce the individual's carbon footprint, what should we do? Of course, we can reduce, daily necessities, consumption, reduce energy use. That's very important, though. We need to start from there. For the community, individuals sacrificing themselves, suffering inconvenience, that's a beautiful thing. However, but individuals' efforts alone, we cannot tackle, the planetary crisis that we are confronted with. As I've said during my presentation, this is, concerning directly the very foundation of our civilization. So we work 8 hours a day, and we are now able to take a rest, take a break during the weekends. This is not due to the benevolence of the corporate sector. It's because regulations and laws are there that mandate this. Likewise, if we are to reduce our carbon footprint, coupled with the individuals' efforts, voluntary efforts. We need to have institutionalized systems, regulations, and laws in order to truly reduce the climate impact. And ENFP has pointed at 10 things that we need to do. You need to raise your voice. You need to apply greater political pressure. And institutionalization was also emphasized by UNFP.
Please go ahead.
네, 그린워싱
The greenwashing, how should we counter greenwashing? Well, as Dr. Cho said, it's really related to what he has said, actually. And for the corporate sector, we asked them to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to address the human rights impact of climate change. Right now, we don't have any relevant institution to mandate that. So in this situation, raising our voice can be a means of countering greenwashing, because greenwashing has to do with the reputation of a company, right? So raising voices would help in the meanwhile. But in the end, ultimately, to force the companies to comply with such responsibilities and obligations, we need to have institutions. We need to have clear standards for disclosure. And when such disclosures are not made, penalties must be imposed. As I've said it during the end of my presentation, the sustainability disclosure regulation, I think we need to focus more on improving and enhancing the regulatory aspect.
If I just may add on the aspect of greenwashing, I think one way to tackle that is applying greater transparency. And a thing that we do in the UNFCCC process is a quite recent measure as of last year. We ask that all participants also disclose, as we have heard from Shin, disclose their affiliation, for example, if they're related to companies that have to do with fossil fuels, etc. And this is published and in the list of participants. So that is one way to ensure transparency and hopefully, come to a better outcome for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're running out of time, but one question is quite important. I think it goes to Christine. The question is about how the UNFCCC process will ensure. I think it also, you touched during your presentation of the participation of civil society and other stakeholders, but the question is about how UNFCCC is making efforts to increase participation, and also given the fact that there are financial and language barriers for civil society and grassroots movements.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question. And as I have said in my presentation, so observer engagement is actually one essential part of our work at the Secretariat. We have a whole division that is small but very dedicated and working on this and constantly looking into ways on how to do it. So there are a range of practices that have been building up over the time. One is, for example, capacity building. So we do capacity building sessions for civil society to make them aware and familiar of how the process works. And I have mentioned in my presentation, part of that is also these briefings in the run-up and during COP for the civil society with the executive secretary, so the head of the UNFCCC Secretariat, and also the presiding officers. Presiding officers are those that are presiding over the governing bodies, the constituted bodies, and the subsidiary bodies that are leading the work of the parties. And in another way, and that is happening right now. So I know that my colleagues over the past weeks have started to do those briefings, and it's going on into the sessions. Another one is incorporation of input. So often when the parties request the Secretariat to develop a technical paper on certain issues and also requests input from observers. These requests for inputs are on our webpage, and observers can go there and find this and input that way. I would, with respect to the interpretation and financial barrier, yes, they are real, and yes, we need to do more about it. These things that we are doing in the process is for the main events. We have the UN interpretation, and there's also what is called a trust fund for participation, from which we can fund also certain trips. However, we are always asking also for more funding from the parties. Finally, I would like to highlight, which I think is one very good example of observer participation, and I mention it, but only very briefly. It has a very long name. It's the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous People Platform. But that is a constituted body under the UNFCCC process that brings together people from the indigenous people and local communities and state representatives. And this working group is reaching out and working with knowledge holders, with elderlies, with indigenous people. And very important here for this constituted body, for the first time ever, the observers, the indigenous people and local communities representatives are at the same level as the state representatives. So in this group, they can take part in decision making, and they can also be, for example, the chair of this working group. So that's one very important constituted body. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this brings to the end of our first session. Thank you once again to our distinguished panelists. There are a number of takeaways, and if I may, I would like to summarize in 3 key points. The first, of course, everyone consistently said that human rights provides the framework and pathways for solutions. The number of rights that we saw being violated because of the negative climate impact, but the pathway is very clear. The solution lies there if we implement the human rights framework together. The second, of course, the responsibility and obligation is important. The governments are primary duty bearers, but we heard that everyone can contribute. Everyone, every human being, every single individual can contribute. Not only human being, we heard also the greater and greater responsibilities of businesses and private sector. They can contribute to the meaningful climate actions. 3, this work needs to be taken seriously. It's not only lip service that we work on climate change. We must take concrete and meaningful actions soon. If not, the generation coming will suffer tremendously. Number 4, participation of people is crucial. Inclusion in critical decision making is important, not only to hear from them when it comes to the situation of vulnerable population, but also inform how such actions can change their lives and prevent them from the climate change. Last but not least, human rights-based approach, accountability, transparency, and due diligence are critical and important for preventive measures. With that, thank you so much, and I wish you all the best, and have a good launch.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for the great session. 네, please proceed back to your seat. Thank you once again. 고맙습니다. 세션 1이었습니다. 기후변화와 인권국제.
That was session 1 on the conference on the climate change and human rights. I think we had an in-depth discussion about the global efforts to tackle this issue of climate change and human rights. Climate change is not only a global problem, but it is a human rights problem, as we have recognized. So with this, we'd like to close the first session of today's conference. Before the next session, it is now time for lunch. At the National Press Club, which is right across this venue, a luncheon will be held. So our participants, please wear your name card and please head toward the National Press Club for the luncheon. And we will resume at 1:30.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, that's great. 지금 들리는 것 같아요. Can you share the presentation file with us?
Right, very well. Can you see it now?
Oh, yeah. 네, 지금 발표. 네.
반대로 돼 있어요.
어?
지금 발표자 도구가 나오면 안 돼요, TV에. 반대로 돼 있어요. 이걸 돌려야 돼. 슬라이드 수 바꾸기.
그러면 뭐 어떻게 말하면 되는데요?
Are you seeing the presenter view? Wait, let me.
Yes, but we might have to make
There.
some slight.
이렇게 나와야 된다고.
Oh, yeah, this is the.
영어 채널 말하고 있습니다. 영어 채널 말하고 있습니다.
가운데를 좀 유지를 해주셨으면 돼요.
가운데를 유지한다는 게 무슨 뜻이죠?
카메라 중계 이렇게 안
네네. So when you're making a presentation, can you make sure that you stay in the middle of the camera?
That's better?
So when you're making the presentation, can you make sure that you stay in the middle of the screen and not move right or left? Just stay like this.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
그리고요. We have to make sure, we have to check the interpretation. So can you wait for a second?
Sure.
Thank you.
네, 영어 채널로 말하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘. 영어 채널로 말하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네. 네, 영어 채널로 말하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 통역 부스에서 영어 채널로 말하고 있습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
So can you hear us well from there? Is there any technical issues?
No, it's clear.
Okay, that's great. 그럼 종료하면 될까요? So we're going to start at 1:30 in Korean time. So can you be a little bit earlier?
All right, I'll join probably 1:15. Would that be good?
Okay, 1시 16분 정도에 오면. Yes, that'll be great.
All right. So I'll leave now. Are we done?
Give us a second. 그 토론
Okay.
계속 나가니까 뭐라고요? So right after your presentation, there's gonna be a little bit of conference. So you will still be on screen. So you can you make sure that you don't leave right away after you finish the speech?
All right.
Okay.
So until what time is that? Sorry.
몇 시까지 그 질의응답 하나요? Oh, so it takes 15 more minutes
All right. Okay. That's good.
after the session.
So it'll end in 3 o'clock in Korean time. So it'll be 2 o'clock in your time, probably.
All right.
So in Philippine time, it'll be starting at 12:30.
Okay.
네, 그럼 저 전달된 건가요? 그럼 이제 가도 된다고 말씀. Yes, you can leave now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 이제 곧 세션이 시작되겠습니다. 모두 착석을 해주시기 바랍니다. 저희는 정확하게 1시 40분에 세션 2로 다시 인사드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 식사 맛있게.
So did everyone enjoy your luncheon? We would like to thank you for your interest and support for the afternoon sessions of today's conference. This session is session 2, Leaving No One Behind, Vulnerable Groups and Climate Change. This will be the topic that we'll be dealing with in this session. We have 5 presenters who will be making presentations during this session. And after the presentation is over, we'll have a general discussion time. And those of you who are present at the venue, if you have any questions or comments to make about the presentations, you can write down your questions and comments on your memo pad. And if you raise your hand, we'll go around and collect those questions and convey them to the moderator. And also, the online participants can make use of the chat box and the YouTube channel to leave your questions. So we have the moderators and presenters seated for session 2, so please welcome them with a big round of applause. And our moderator will be Professor Lee Ju-young from Seoul National University. Those of you who are attending this conference in here in present, and there's also online participants. So we'll begin session 2, Leaving No One Behind, Vulnerable Groups of Climate Change. I am a member of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And so when we review the state parties to the convention, we ask them questions about how they are implementing their state obligations. One of the questions that are always asked is, with regards to climate change, whether the state party within their own country, whether they are paying heed to the voices of the most affected groups or the most vulnerable groups within their country who are affected by climate change. So under the theme of Leaving No One Behind, Vulnerable Groups of Climate Change, those who are gravely affected by climate change, representing these vulnerable groups. So although they are vulnerable, on the other hand, there are those stakeholders who are at the forefront of making their voices heard about the impact of climate change. We will be hearing from these stakeholders. We will hear from the first presenter under the title of Climate Action for All, the Safest Path. Yoon Hyun-jung from Youth for Climate Action activist will make a presentation. So at the Constitutional Court in August, there was a ruling by the Constitutional Court about climate change measures of the country, and those who were filing this climate lawsuit, a lot of them were actually youth, and our presenter was one of them. So let's welcome her with a warm round of applause. Good afternoon. I'm Yoon Hyun-jung from the Youth for Climate Action. And I also was a claimant for the climate change lawsuit. So I live in a village that is surrounded by nuclear plants. My hometown is only 20 kilometers away from these plants. And then there was a typhoon that hit Ulsan. Trees were broken, windows were broken, and cars were crushed. And for long times, blackouts occurred, and so we were able to go to school. And the nuclear power plant also stopped its operation because of the typhoon. This was the first time that I actually felt the impact of climate change. The climate change that I learned about in school was about polar bears leaving their habitats, etc. Something that was far off in the distant future, something that was not really affecting myself. However, after that typhoon, I came to have a completely different view about climate change. There there was little time for us to respond to climate change, and that climate change was having a significant and a vast impact on our society, I could not help but feel that climate change was my business. And as soon as I changed my view, I came to think of the things that I could do. Became a vegan. I started walking, and I reduced my consumption activities. However, this is a social economic issue, so individual efforts alone would not make any significant change. So in the Ulsan, where I live, I wanted to make known to a wider audience the impact of climate change. And so on carbon boxes, I wrote down messages, and I engaged in picketing demonstrations at school and on the streets. And the education superintendent and the deputy mayor, I met with these high-profile people at the local government, but they were not actually interested in making any real impact on climate change. They just wanted to make their activities known. They wanted their photos in the newspapers. So I realized that I needed a strategy. And then I came to realize that there were people who had the same concerns as I did. And so I joined a youth climate group. This climate action group started off in 2016, and we joined an international campaign, Climate for the Future. And we wanted to create a social safety net that left no one behind. We are envisioning such a just transition of the social and economic structures. So ordinary people, we believe, can serve as agents of change. We continue to look for things that we can do, actions that we can take. In the midst of crisis, we wanted to create a climate that was safe for the future generations. However, there wasn't much we could do. At first, we tried to meet with policymakers. We sent them proposals to national assemblymen, and we tried to meet with them. We thought that meeting with them personally would allow us to come up with solutions. However, asking these politicians to come up with solutions or reverse bad decisions related to climate change, such indirect intervention, we realize would not bring about much change. And the decision makers, relying on their voluntary commitment, could not bring about any substantial change. This is what we realized. That's the reason why we headed for the Constitutional Court in 2020 March. 19 youth in the Youth for Climate Action, we filed a petition at the Constitutional Court. This was the first climate lawsuit filed in the Asian region, and in August of this year, the Constitutional Court issued its ruling about our petition, and the ruling stated that the state measures were inadequate to counter climate change. It also acknowledged the rights, the fundamental rights of the future generations that had to live with the result or the outcome of the climate change. We have continued to undertake climate actions. We have undertaken actions that we could do outside of the court, and we also looked into activities that can influence court rulings. And third-party amicus brief was the instrument that we noted upon. And we came to realize that we needed to gather the opinions of people who told their stories about the climate change impact. And to obtain a favorable ruling of the constitutional petition, we needed to collect the public opinion. And so, under the slogan of going to the Constitutional Court with a climate lawsuit on an online venue, we created a channel for people to leave their messages. And we also had offline events as well to gather the general population's opinion. Some wrote several sentences, some left several pages of their opinions, and 5,289 people left their opinion. And we gathered all those opinions and submitted this People's Public Statement. The experience and the feelings that people had about climate change were actually embodied in this public statement, and we were able to realize that there was real social anxiety about climate change. People felt really powerless in the face of this irreversible climate change. And there was a real sense of crisis about the climate change. As you can see from the conference booklet, there are some of the public opinion that we have gathered and submitted to the Constitutional Court. Depression, anxiety, terror, fear were felt by the people. And this meant that we were indeed sensing this crisis. Going beyond recognition, people feel fear and terror. So these are feelings that are felt in the course of experiencing the inadequate government measures against climate change. If there are indeed effective measures put forward by the state in order to effectively counter climate change, people will feel assured. However, the measure taken by the state at present is actually increasing the anxiety felt by the people. This is not only because the challenge that we face is truly overwhelming and daunting. In the course of resolving or trying to resolve this challenge, people are experiencing that failed policies are being repeated. And so they come to have a very pessimistic view of their future. And this is one of the reasons why the youth generation is more sensitive to the climate change. Among the 5,289 people who have taken part in the People's Public Statement, over 20% were actually in their 10s and 20s. 67% were in their 10s and 20s. Why is this? They know the dangers of the climate crisis all too well, but often feel powerless to fix it. That frustration led them to create groups like Youth for Action, Climate Action, but making their voices heard and driving real change is still hard for young people. This summer, we had a lot of heavy rains and we had heat waves and tropical nights. But this was not simply record-breaking weather events. We have come to experience this summer as somewhat different from the past summers. I live in a neighborhood where old houses and semi-basement housing are clustered. A small stream is flowing in front of my house with a hill behind. One morning, my phone kept buzzing with alerts for a heavy rain. I was walking to a nearby bus station when I saw a group of people gathered next to a bridge. The stream below the bridge was running fast and the walking path was submerged. Sirens went off, warning people to stay away. The rain kept pouring down, and the stream turned into a whirlwind of dark, muddy water. After that, I was sitting on a bus, deeply worried as emergency warnings kept coming in. I thought of my neighbors, most of whom were quite old. Every time I walked around the neighborhood, they always talked to me, asking for help with little things, how to send a text with cell phone, asking me to carry heavy boxes up the stairs, read what's written on a piece of paper for them, or tell them when the next bus to the health center was coming. I started to wonder, can they read these emergency messages? Will they know what to do if they need to evacuate? Then my mind turned to my own home. What if the rain keeps pouring down and muddy water flows into our house? Last summer, a landslide caused by heavy rain hit a building close to my place. That building was very similar to my house, and ever since then, I couldn't help but feel anxious whenever it rained hard. People say the sound of rain feels calming and romantic, but I know it's just a luxury only those who don't have to worry about their safety can say. Thankfully, the rain stopped that night, and the river levels dropped. Muddy water did not hit my house, and nobody had to evacuate. The climate crisis is making our environment fragile. Things are only deteriorating rather than improving. We will see rainfall getting heavier, summers more scorching, and the kind of summers we have seen before will never come back. We will begin to feel crisis when we witness unexpected changes in the places we took for granted. So we have come together under the name of Youth for Climate Action. We're into our 7th year of activities. We got involved because we knew that solving climate change is our job, something we have to do ourselves. The urgency of the crisis pushed us to picket and call for change. We chose to take action. We believe we are the ones who can stop this crisis. We don't want our lives crushed by authority or hierarchy, and we want our needs to be a priority in climate action. But we are being left out in the process of climate response. And politicians say the climate crisis is serious, but when it comes to solutions, they're dragging their feet as if this is a problem that can be solved 20 years from now. Those most affected by the crisis today are seen as unfortunate victims of natural disasters, and despite the fact that this context is already upon us, we are completely excluded from the crisis management process. Climate action is still run by a small group of experts and decision makers, mostly focusing on science, cost, and industry opinions. They rarely consider the real lives of the people impacted by the crisis. Sure, they hold meetings to pretend that they care about public opinion, but it's just for show, to claim that they've listened to everyone. In reality, they prioritize short-term solutions that let them avoid responsibility and reduce the burdens of industries that dovetail with their interests. Even expert committees, despite their authority and expertise, fail to offer real long-term solutions that reduce climate risk or provide people with social protection. This kind of long-term transition is hardly ever discussed. Decisions made as such can never be able to stop the crisis. Those most affected by climate change are often left out of the decisions, or they're not recognized as concerned parties. It's no wonder that we end up with weak policies that fail to protect lives. By shutting out people's voices and making decisions behind closed doors, they've kept citizens from being part of the solution. Since the decision makers can't represent us, we have to speak up for ourselves. That's why we have chosen to drive a change on our own by making our voices heard. The Constitutional Court's ruling didn't give a perfect solution for climate change, but it has set a clear line the society must not cross. It says the state must treat the climate crisis as a real threat and protect the people's right to a safe environment. This refers to a basic right that encompasses people's right to life, safety, quality of life, living conditions, safety, as well as the natural environment. So a basic right is not only confined to the natural environment alone. The ruling states that the government has a duty to protect people's right to the environment in the course of taking climate actions. It means people shall be assured of a life with safety and dignity. When we started climate activism, we faced many challenges, and they're still here. We have a long way to go until we can make sure that our rights are guaranteed and upheld. Sometimes I wonder if we could stop the climate crisis ever, or whether we should rather accept reality. But I still believe we can make a difference. As long as we don't repeat the past mistakes, we still have a chance. And that change starts by ensuring that no one is left behind. Climate actions that ignore those affected by climate change will end up in a failure. True progress happens when everyone has a voice and a role in shaping their future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, youth activist Yoon Hyun-jung. She spoke about how she came to terms with the climate crisis as part of her life, and instead of just falling into inaction and depression, how she was motivated to become an activist, a youth activist, and what kind of work she has done since then was provided in detail. Thank you very much for that talk. Next presentation will be titled Displacement by Climate Change, and it will be provided by Bosco Okot-Opira, team leader at the Leeds. He's very active in climate and refugee rights advocacy. And as we understand well, climate crisis forces many people to move and migrate away from their homes and houses. So displacement, refugee, And remoteness is a situation where some people are not devastated and actually find this as an opportunity to work as an activist. We would be hearing from Bosco Opera on his experience.
15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for coming, and thank you for paying attention to me. Not much introduction, as I know you have the program document, but still to repeat, Opera Bosco Court is my name, and I'm a refugee, an agent of climate action. I call myself like that. This is not working. Okay, I want us to watch a video about my experience and my action as well, and how I turned to be a climate activist.
My full name is Opera Bosco Court. I am a South Sudanese refugee, currently living in Palabeg refugee settlement in northern Uganda. I am also a student at Ndeji University in Kampala, pursuing Bachelor of Economics. I am a very serious environmental activist and activist for access to education as well. These kids are very heavy, my God. Yeah. The time. Because you already poured sufficient fertile soil, don't come and start to. I teach them how to maintain those trees, how to, get a space and plant, and how to make the trees grow, and also how to limit destroying trees, because they can be an agent of change. Soil down is because the roots of the plant.
I learned many ways of planting trees. If we plant trees, we can make our environment look beautiful.
The new method which we have really happy to do, to plant the tree to replace that one which we have cut, and then that tree also helping us when you doesn't have any firewood.
We always realize that through our videos, community members have solutions to their own problems. And then they come up with the solutions, you see them taking action to stop the problem they're facing, including the problem of peaceful coexistence. Coexistence between refugees and host communities. The nation and world leaders at COP27, what I believe they can achieve is mobilizing resources. They can reach out to people like us in the community and support them and empower them, knowing that the action that happens everywhere affects situation worldwide.
Thank you very much for watching that video. I would like to say refugees, internally displaced and stateless people are on the front lines of climate crisis. Climate change is increasingly linked to conflict and human displacement. Growing numbers of people fleeing persecution, violence, and human rights violations occurring in relation to adverse effects of climate change and disasters will need international protection. In 2022, 70% of refugees and asylum seekers fled from highly climate vulnerable countries, an increase from 56% in 2012. The scope for durable solutions is also is also narrowing. At the same time, a significant percentage of forcibly displaced and stateless people are living in the most climate vulnerable situations in the world, where together with their host communities, they lack access to environmentally sustainable resources and resilience to the impact of climate change. Women, girls, and other groups with specific needs often face higher risk and greater burdens for the impact of climate change, from the impact of climate change, due to existing roles, responsibilities, and cultural norms. Photos in the left you see here shows the adverse effect of climate change and the impact of disasters that interact with or add to other environmental, social, economic, and political factors, including violence, insecurity, instability, persecution, and conflict, as well as fragile governance structures, weak rule of law, and other elements which can place countries and people in vulnerable situations. For example, as illustrated, you see in the left, people who have been forced to flee war are already vulnerable, but natural disasters and the impact of climate change, such as flood, drought, deforestation, among others, add to the challenge and sometimes cause multiple displacements by forcing them to leave their new homes again. If you see photo in the right, climate change and environmental degradation increasingly drive displacement in combination with social, economic, and political factors. Many countries are affected by both conflict and disasters that interact and overlap as triggers and drivers of displacement. For example, as illustrated in the right, as you see, harsh weather conditions such as extreme droughts and flash floods can further drive internal displacement or force people to cross the border of other countries. The complexity and cross-cutting issues that come due to climate change, as we normally talk about, climate change, complex and all that, there is no sector that survives. Climate change is at the center of everything. Development, peace, human rights, and our environment. Climate change affects all of them, and all of them escalate climate change. So what does it require now? It requires a cross-dimensional approach. I normally say humanitarians, none of the sectors should exclude climate action. Education, human rights, infrastructure, everything. Because at the end of it all, so many people suffer, including the most vulnerable, and the most vulnerable suffers a lot. If we talk about action, I've just mentioned that cross-dimensional action is required. From my story, I fled my country 3 times. When I was 5 years old, when I was 16, and now when I was 20. And I don't know what next. Should I return back and flee again? I decided to, when I accessed education, my eyes opened by simple class lesson when I attended a class on natural resource and environmental protection, just a little course unit in my economics degree. That changed my entire story. This is the 3rd video I made. I realized that I started opening my eyes and seeing that whatever is happening around us, if not 60%, then over 60% is escalated by environmental changes. Before I fled conflict, a lot of issues that caused displacement was due to climate change. But I could not see that. But when I accessed education, I started analyzing the situation and realized climate change is going to end our planet. It's going to end our life if we don't respond to this. So when I came from school, I started advocating, talking to my community members. After I was already witnessing another form of violence happening between refugees and host communities. Because we were using the natural resources that was only sufficient to feed the host communities, but there was already additional population to that environment who was using the same resources, and there was already violence sparkling between refugees and host communities. So then I started to advocate to create peaceful coexistence. And when I could go back to school, I could analyze whether my advocacy was effective, and I started introducing videos and do what we call community film screening. Like this same video, we show them in the community and tell them, can we stop fighting and see what we can do together and respond to this? Continuously, this action of mine initiated the foundation of the LEADS that I am the team leader in. That is a refugee-led organization. My entire mission was not on funding because I knew how the scope of funding is really narrowing due to a wider needs and increasing needs across the world. So needed that if I produce a video like this, it doesn't require a lot of resources. If I go and talk to communities, it doesn't require a lot of resources. If I talk to young people in schools, it doesn't require a lot of resources. The only resources I need is myself and my time. So I didn't base it on funding. But as time comes, as time goes, and I started recalling the relevance and the importance of my initiative, this initiative, if actually we could enlarge it to other regions. If we could actually educate more affected people on how they can do regenerative agricultural practices to reduce climate change. So then I knew how relevant is funding. And I started realizing how systematic coordination and engagement from higher level is so important. And then I realized how me coming for this kind of conference can add some value to such actions that so many displaced people are introducing, such innovations. And then I noticed one thing as I was applying for funding sometimes. You know what we create, human beings, we create complex issues. There are a lot of complexities in the climate actions and solutions as well, in access to empowerment opportunities to support the local solutions. I then realized that it calls for commitment of international organizations, governments, institutions, academia, and all of us to collectively contribute to this. Fortunately, I should say, it's not only the people that we deny them opportunities that get affected, all of us get affected. So my core purpose always for attending all platforms, I've always been saying this: small actions lead to a huge impact. May we open doors to opportunities for people affected by climate change. And may we provide them capacity to support their innovation. There is what we call localization agenda, where they realize local affected community actually have solutions in place. They just need to be empowered and equipped. So this is making so many solutions to take shape at the moment, and so many vulnerable community are becoming powerful to responding to their crisis. We saw this during COVID-19, how localization best work. When there was no freedom to move, the only solutions come from the very local people, because we could not respond, we could not reach to them. So moving forward, there's systems that would really work so much in helping displaced people, and conditional and accessible funding to their local innovations and increasing learning opportunities to them. If I had not accessed education, for example, I don't think I would be able to do this, and I don't think I would be able to respond to the situation of my community. Not just climate change, but also the peaceful coexistence that is already happening in the community. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunities, and so much ready to respond to any question. I know time was small, but I would love to respond to any question from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
그 스스로
So in South Sudan, the speaker had been a refugee living in the refugee camp in Uganda, and violence and conflict. The root cause of these, there is climate change factors as well. He realized this while receiving his education. And at the refugee camp, those who are living in the refugee camp and the recipient country and the local community there, how together using scarce resources, they can coexist in a peaceful manner in order to tackle such issues, environmental issue or for climate issues, responding to such issues in a collective manner. And in the course of that, youth, the younger generation, how they can receive a better education about these matters was referred to. And climate change is a global crisis, but at the other hand, such impact can be actually felt at a very local level. And in searching for solutions, both the local and the global efforts need to be exerted. Thank you very much. We would like to invite the third presenter under the title of Tower Crane Operator Stories at the Climate Crisis. Mr. Kim Kyung-shin will be presenting his story. We have heard how climate change is impacting the labor rights of the workers. So in such extreme climate change situation, how to secure the laborers' rights, and also in the course of industrial transition, how can just transition can be ensured. These are very important topics for us to deal with in relation to such topics. Mr. Kim Kyung-shin, member of the KFC-ITU Construction Workers Union, he will be making his presentation. Starting from 2017 for 5 years, she was actually the Asia Pacific chapter president for the Building and Wood Workers International. We'll invite Ms. Kim Kyung-shin for her talk.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는
Good afternoon. For about 24 years, I'm a tower crane operator. Just yesterday, I worked at the site, but today I took a leave of absence for today, and I'm here. I'm a construction worker. I'm a female construction worker, and also a heavy machinery operator as well. In relation to climate change, I have been contacted to speak about this topic. In the case of construction workers like myself, we work outdoors. Compared to other outdoor construction work, we're less impacted by climate change because we have a cab inside the crane. And so if we're inside, we may be protected slightly more than other construction workers. But in general, construction workers are heavily impacted by climate change. So not only a tower crane operator, but I'm going to speak the story of the overall construction workers community. This year, the summer was really, really hot. It was just unbearable. About 20 years ago, when I first became a tower crane operator, even back then, the working conditions were not that great. And inside the tower cab, there weren't any air conditioning installed, and senior workers still worked and operated those cabs. They were in their underwear when driving those cabs, but they said, no, just bear with it a bit more. If you're patient, the cooler season will soon be upon us. That's what they said, laughing. But today we have air conditioning inside those cabs. But despite this being so, we cannot really sit inside there for a long time because the sun is really scorchingly hot. We're at a very high height, and if we directly, feel the sunlight, it just makes it too hot to stay inside for a long time. Although in the case of cab operators, we have air conditioning, but for others, construction workers, they don't have any such facility. We start work at 5 o'clock up until 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. There isn't any shaded areas. They're laying the foundations in places where there isn't any foundational facility. So they're soaked through and through to their underwear. Their clothing is soaked through with sweat, and then it dries, and then it soaks through again. And so by the time they leave work, they have salt lines on their uniforms. So if we wait for the bus at the bus station, we have sweat pouring out, but these people, they stay outdoors throughout the day without any resting facilities, and their uniforms and their bodies, they need to wash it away before going back home, but there is no shower system at all either. So we joke among ourselves. We say that the COVID-19 pandemic was good for the construction site in one respect. Because of the need to wash your hands frequently, we had temporary water stations installed in the construction site during the pandemic period. So at least now we're able to wash our face and hands because of the COVID-19 pandemic at the site. So that was one benefit of the pandemic. And with regards to heat-related illness, the Ministry of Labor is issuing guidelines, but this is not an enforced regulation. And so for the companies who need to cut costs, most of the companies do not really keep to those guidelines. And we have a lot of heavy rainfalls. Although we do have people from, the weather forecasting organization, the forecasts are not really correct. We have to report to work in order to get our pages, but based on the weather forecast, if we don't report to work and then it doesn't work, we lose a day's wage, and the opposite is also true as well. This year, we had a lot of warning messages about heavy rains and heat waves. There were so many such emergency messages sent to our cell phones. We really didn't know what to do. And then, there was no rain forecast, and then we reported to work, but there was such a heavy rainfall that we were soaked through, and we were not able to complete work and go back home early. There were many such days, and because such heavy rainfall falls in a very short period of time, this weakens the ground. A lot of accidents take place. Heavy machinery will topple over, and workers are crushed under those heavy machinery. That's what's happening on the construction sites. And
예보를 계속하고 계셨.
the weather forecast, if you look at the weather forecast, we are forecasting a lot of snowfall during the winter. So, and it is forecasted that the winter will be a very long winter. And if the snow falls, we cannot work until the snow melts or is removed. Then they lose their day's wages and they won't be able to scrap together a living. And they wear socks, 2 socks, 3 socks at a time, and they wear gloves. But there is no heating facility in the construction site, and so they can't warm their feet or hands. They work in such conditions. And in the construction sites that I work at, if the machines are frozen, they don't operate well, then we would have to warm the machines using torches. So if the cold waves are protracted, if there's a lot of snow, it impacts our livelihood. And in the case of female construction workers, what kind of disproportionate impact are they experiencing? So in the construction sites, about 10% of the workers are female construction workers, but the mainstream are male construction workers. So despite the fact that female construction workers are truly there, they're ignored as if they don't exist. So there are hardly any measures for the consideration of female workers. There's, in Korea, officially about 200,000 female construction workers. That's the official figure, but there is no government measures that really takes them into consideration. It's only when we raise our voices really loud that we get one sentence in the guidelines. In terms of job skills enhancement training, the female workers are largely neglected and excluded. Eco-friendly construction methods or construction materials, there are training and education provided. However, none of these training and education is provided to female workers. No opportunities, no incentives are provided to the female workers. So they're relegated to the support tasks, pushed into low-paying jobs, assistive work. So gradually, female construction workers will be driven away from the market. when there's a crisis like COVID-19 or financial crisis, the very first jobs to be removed are the female job positions. The more attractive construction work is created, the more male workers rush to these opportunities, and an increasing number of female workers will be driven out of the market. So I think this is what the female workers are faced with, especially with the climate change as well. And so I think we need to really consider the female workers when we take actions to respond to climate change. So to adapt to climate change, what kind of resources are required? In 2021, there was a survey that was conducted by a construction worker union, whether there's a ice making machine or other such questions. Are there shades or resting facilities? 66% said that there was no such facilities. And so the survey results is really consistent with what I've just presented. So I carried the outcome of the survey in the conference material booklet, and it's the local government or the central government or at the labor union level, there is continuously demands placed upon them to take consideration the situation of the construction workers. Yes, you need to create resting facilities, and because they are daily construction workers, pay compensation measures need to be also included. If that doesn't happen, then there is no really protection of the human rights of the construction workers if that's not done. And also to prevent occupational accidents, there is a guideline to prevent heat-related illness. However, the Labor Ministry every summer announces such guidelines. However, it's not being kept. So it has to be turned into a mandatory regulation, and it shouldn't simply remain as a guideline. In order to make these measures be enforced, we need to have laws and regulations. And unless this is turned into a regulation, work stoppages will not happen because of heat waves. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll have more deaths of construction workers because of these climate change related issues. And we talk a lot about green construction methods and green materials. You need to provide incentives to the companies in order to make them use such methods and materials. So incentives are also necessary. The government is saying that it's going to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. They have legislated laws and regulations to reduce the emissions. I do believe that they are also engaged in follow-up measures. However, I'm not really feeling the impact of those measures. So incentives need to be provided, and also penalties and sanctions must be imposed if the laws are not really complied with. But not only penalties, those who are really complying with the regulations, with good practices, they should be provided incentives to encourage others to follow their suit. At the BWI as well, we are urging the states to provide such measures. But I'm not sure what the Korean government is doing. I'm sorry. And finally, what I really want to emphasize is that Human Rights Commission, you're an organization that, of course, places priority on human rights, and laborers, activists or students or farmers, you're able to hear their voices. But other than human rights organizations, those who legislate law, enforce the law, and National Assembly people, government agencies, I think they call us observers. They don't really pay heed to our voices, our opinions. So when a policy is formulated, when solutions are sought, from a broader point of view, female workers or youth workers or foreign immigrant workers, outdoor workers, their voices need to be heard in order to ensure that their human rights are protected, that their working conditions are not deteriorating. And together with these stakeholders, policies must be formulated and implemented. I think that is the very first step that should be taken by the government. If the government doesn't do this, then the corporate management will never do their part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim Kyung-shin. As a construction worker and as a woman construction worker, which is quite a minority within that group, the heat waves, the snowstorms, the cold spells, and the aggravating weather conditions in the climate change, how this is impacting the realities of workers was described in very clear testimonies. And to respond to that, it shouldn't be just based on autonomous decision, but institutionalization of responses should be done. And in that process, a just transition should be incentivized, and also sanctions should be placed to ensure that corporations are participating. Thank you so much for that very lively testimonial. Next, we would like to hear about women farmers' stories of the climate crisis. So we will be hearing from Ms. Kim Jung-yeol, who is a farmer from Sangju, Gyeongbuk. She is International Coordinator Committee member of La Via Campesina, the representative for Southeast Asia and East Asia. We'll be hearing from her on women farmers' stories of the climate crisis. Please give her a big hand. Good afternoon. It is quite an honor and pleasure to be sharing the stories of women farmers today. So many people are talking about the climate crisis, and the government, international community are speaking about climate crisis. However, the actual parties to the climate change, including the farmers and the women farmers, their voices are not represented very much. So it is quite an important opportunity for me to be able to speak today. And I will not focus only on the plight of the farmers who are suffering from the climate crisis. I would also like to share the efforts that women farmers are making to mitigate the climate crisis. You can see on the very first slide, this is a native seed-based plant. And I would like to stress that growing such kinds of plants is going to serve as a solution to climate crisis. And Via Campesina, some of you might know, but it's not very widely known in Korea. It was established in 1993. It's an organization of peasants. Since the late 1980s and 1990s, this was a very challenging period for Korean farmers. There was a Uruguay round, and that the WTO was established in the 1990s. And this meant that all trade was liberalized, and all trade in farmed agricultural produce was liberalized. So WTO, in the face of the advent of WTO, promoting the rights of farmers was the goal of Via Campesina. So, of course, the climate crisis is a challenge that faces all farmers. Recently, on the community forum, there was a certain post made. The Campbell grapes are harvested in September, and a farmer of Campbell grapes, organic farmer of such Campbell grapes, that person uploaded a post and asked anyone was welcome to come pick the grapes at their farm. So Campbell grapes are very dark and very rich in taste. They're really sweet if they're ripe. However, because of the heat wave, it was not growing properly. It wasn't ripening into its deep, rich, dark color. It was just staying a light purple. And so that farmer was not able to sell it. And so the farmer was inviting anyone to come and pick it to use to make vinegar, for example. And of course, that was a friend. And I could really relate to what that friend was feeling. That friend has to make a living out of that grape crop. And I wasn't able to add in the slide. And anyway, this is a rice harvesting season. And the farmers are suffering so terribly because there's the blight on rice that you might have seen in the news. So there are so many pests that are infesting on the rice crops, and so the crops are going to be very bad this year. And also there are some misplaced policies that are pushing us to question whether we can continue as farmers. I would like to introduce myself. I would like to speak about my own experience. I have been a farmer since 1991. For the past 34 years, I have been a farmer. So this is my livelihood, and I don't know if this photo gets across to you. This is a photograph of an onion. So this is what an onion looks like when it goes through severe heat. So it's gone soft. Onion is not my main crop, but anyway, it's harvested in June. And June is a hard time for farmers. And harvesting onions over that period helps carry us over. And you can see that the onion has gone soft because it has gone through so much of a heat wave. So I wasn't able to sell any onions that I've grown since 2020. So garlic and onion have to be dried a bit in the sunlight before we sell them. That's what we used to do. So that's what I was doing however, the sun was just too hot for them to be marketable. And also there's a seedling blight for rice crops. So the rice fields have to turn to gold to make a healthy harvest. However, you see that the field is very pale. And so our insurance company agent came and saw that they had never seen anything of that this bad. And so this wasn't going to be something that was covered by each individual's insurance coverage, and the government is not helping at all. And this is a photograph of where we grow
그래서 그냥 노지에서 생강 농사를 지었을 때는
ginger. So ginger, if you just grow it out in open fields, they will easily rot in heat. So one alternative is to have shades that will block sunlight to keep the temperatures appropriate for growing ginger. And this is what we had to do in the face of such heat. But we were using pesticides and also these shades, but still we were losing so many of our ginger plants. About 30% of the ginger that we were raising has actually died out. And of course, farmers ask each other, how's your crops this year? And everyone's answering, crops fail, but honestly, I'm just grateful we made it through this heat. And I would like to note here that the state has responsibilities and obligations. So I wonder what the government plans to do for the farmers and the food and the entire country's survival. This is one of my member farmers' farm, which was inundated in the floods. And so many of my colleagues, my comrades are suffering and terrified about what they're going to do. And August 15 is Korea's Independence Day, Liberation Day. And Sangju, where I farm, is actually when we sow the radish seeds. And so August 15 is when we sow the seeds for radish. But actually, the radish and the lettuce and the cabbage, everything we had planted around August 15, it has already died. And we were going to plant seeds for cabbages and lettuce and radish 1 month later, but those seedlings have also dried up. And this is about the survival and the livelihood of farmers. And this means that Korea's climate can no longer support those farmers. We really don't know when we should be sowing the seeds for those crops. And I would like to talk about women farmers. From July 2 to 22, the Korean Women Peasants Association had conducted a survey on climate disasters and impact on women farmers. Over 613 respondents, and we made a presentation at the National Assembly, and I have brought some examples. So livelihood and health, deterioration and increased work are some areas where they are suffering, and 77% responded they have engaged in non-farming work since they cannot make a living with farming alone. But we are farmers. We're not trying to seek for self-development. We're just seeking other work because farming is not enough to support ourselves. So that's why the women farmers are forced to find other work. But that means farmers will have to do housework, women farmers will have to do housework and also farming work and also additional work so they can compensate for their lost earnings. And Korean agricultural newspaper Rapporteur took a photograph of a woman farmer. This is a sesame field. They are usually harvested in August. This is a woman farmer who is harvesting, and you can see that she is totally exposed to the heat, and it's even more serious for women than men of farmers. And I do hope that everyone will pay more attention to the plight of women peasants in the climate crisis. Why do heat waves affect the health of women farmers more than men? Why are women farmers more vulnerable to pests and diseases than men? Why did the floods in Pakistan cause more deaths of women than men? And also, why are heat waves proportional to violence against women? There's data to support that this is actually the situation. And climate disasters are adversely impacting so many women, and I would like to stress that there is no remedy for the situation that they are facing. I said earlier that I have been a farmer for more than 30 years, and of course it has been painful in some instances, but also it was a very happy journey for myself. So one wish that I have is that I would like to be able to survive as a farmer and continue farming until the day I die. That has been a belief and a wish of mine. However, this year after visiting my pepper patch, I got myself thinking. I was harvesting the peppers, and I was wondering whether I can really continue to live as a farmer till the end of my days. So COP27 was held in Egypt, and I actually was there, and these are photographs that I have taken while I was there. So there's so much suffering for farmers, and whether the international community is responding appropriately. I was really astonished to find that Coca-Cola was a sponsor of COP27. How is this possible? Coca-Cola generates so much plastic, and it is taking away so much water resources from the farmers in the communities. And I really couldn't understand that they were allowed to be a sponsor at COP27. And regarding agriculture and the climate crisis, so the food-related emissions amount to around 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. Whether it's peasant farmers like myself, where is all the emissions are coming from? We should look at where it's coming from. It's represented here. So this shows the multinational agricultural corporates. So a few numbers of companies are all managing the seeds and the agricultural equipment and the pesticide. And so they are generating so much greenhouse gases. And without responding to this, there's no way that we're going to be able to reverse or mitigate the greenhouse gas and climate challenge. So we were talking about Korean government is talking about smart farms and digital technologies that is going to help us mitigate the climate crisis. But is that true? Who can cool the earth? Will it be the large corporates and industries, or will it be the women peasants? Who is going to reduce the emissions? Who is going to contribute to better biodiversity? Monsanto, will it be able to generate GMOs to counter the biodiversity issue, or the women farmers who have seeds who are able to counter this climate crisis? On the left hand, you can see a photo of the field, and on the right hand side, it's actually a small patch of vegetables that I'm growing myself. The left is from corporates, and on the right hand side is a farm of a peasant like myself. So who is going to solve this climate issue? Who's going to be able to respond to the climate crisis with more flexibility? Who can do this? We need to answer that question. Women farmers can solve the climate crisis, and we believe that we can, with eco-friendly farming methods, can feed the world. So the UNFAO, since 2019 through 2029, it has designated it as a decade of family farming and is implementing policies. Declaration of Rights for Farmers and Rural Workers was adopted at the UN General Assembly. There are a total of 28 articles, and who the land should go to: right to sanitation, right to natural resources and freedom of movement, right to equality, non-discrimination, development. All of this has to be accorded to farmers. And so in recognition of these needs, in 2018, the Declaration of Farmers' Rights was adopted. However, the Korean government abstained from voting. And perhaps this is why Korean government isn't taking any action to implement what is stated in the Declaration of Farmers' Rights. I would like to ask for your better response on this issue. And these are some alternative ways women farmers are using to counter the climate change and climate crisis. And these are small gardens, small vegetable patches, and also alternating different crops. This is based on traditional knowledge of women farmers. And the women farmers have formed for local food activism cooperatives. And I would like to stress one more time that so many women peasants are giving up on farming because of the climate crisis. But what we desperately want is to continue with our farming. And to be able to continue with our farming, we have to make efforts, and we will make efforts for the better solutions for climate crisis. And the answer to all of this is in our land and in our soil. So ecosystem friendly and sustainable soil-centered, land-centered activism is going to be the way that we'll continue to take. Thank you.
So Kim Jong-yeol, for the past 3 decades, she has been engaged in farming herself. Recently, because of climate change, extreme weather events are appearing, and how these events are impacting crop raising. Her personal experience and her other farmer friends' experience has been told through her presentation. And as she has shown through her presentation slides, not only to talk about the impact of the climate change, the small farmers continue to cultivate their farms and protecting biodiversity, continue on with these activities, an important means of countering climate change. I thank you very much for that presentation. And before we go on to the very last presentation, during the morning session, as you have noted, if you have any questions for our presenters, you have yellow memo pads. Please write down your questions. on those memo pads, and if you convey those questions to our staff, they'll deliver it to the moderator.
She's going to be the last but not the least speaker this session. Leah has been working for environmental rights, and also she has been advocating for the rights of environmental defenders for many years. So she is going to speak on the need for recognition and protection of environmental defenders. She is going to speak through online. So Leah, you have the floor for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and good day. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for the invitation. And thank you for my fellow panelists. I have learned so much listening to you all. So before I start, I would just like to give a brief introduction of my organization, the Asia Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders. So we are a network formed and led by environmental human rights defenders, individuals and organizations amounting to more than 70 members throughout the region. And we seek to uphold environmental rights, climate justice, and the protection of environmental human rights defenders. Before I start, I would just like to present a quote from the former Special Rapporteur on Environment and Human Rights, John Knox. He said that it quickly became clear that while many aspects of the relationship between human rights and the environment are important, none is more urgent than the need to protect environmental human rights defenders. Without these dedicated individuals, the protection of the environment and of the rights that depend upon it would be impossible. So our previous speakers mentioned already the importance of a human rights-based approach to climate action. And indeed, the protection of environmental defenders is part of this human rights-based approach. So who are environmental human rights defenders? According to the United Nations, they are individuals and groups who in their personal or professional capacity and in a peaceful manner strive to protect and promote human rights relating to the environment, including water, air, land, and flora and fauna. So these are individuals or organizations or communities. These can include indigenous people who hold indigenous traditional knowledge and they have been traditionally the stewards of nature. This also includes climate activists, environmental advocates, everybody who seeks to uphold environmental rights. So actually, environmental human rights defenders is a broad term, and it can actually cover all of us here today. So environmental defenders step in to fill this governance gap and promote the environmental rule of law. Because of their environmental and social advocacy, they are targeted. So I highlighted this part just to emphasize the point that the attacks that are faced by environmental human rights defenders are not random, but these are actually politically motivated as a form of reprisal for their environmental advocacy. Internationally, environmental human rights defenders have been recognized. As early as 2016, the former Special Rapporteur on the Situation of Human Rights Defenders already released a report stating the experience of environmental human rights defenders, and there's already a UN General Assembly resolution in 2023 stating that environmental human rights defenders are among the human rights defenders most at risk. So there are already policies for the protection of environmental human rights defenders, such as regional agreements, and this includes the Convention and the access to information, public participation in decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters, or it is called the Aarhus Convention, where it is mostly European countries who are parties to this agreement. You also have the regional agreement and access to information, participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America or the Caribbean, or what is called as the SKOOG agreement. But in Asia, there is no regional agreement. There is one ongoing process in the ASEAN for the development of the Declaration on Environmental Rights, but this is still ongoing. Of all the countries in Asia, there is only one which has a national law on human rights defenders in particular, and this is Mongolia. And there are also policy proposals in the Philippines. So clearly, there is a lack of policies to protect environmental human rights defenders, and we can see in the numbers the impacts of this lack of policies. So it might be uncomfortable for some to look into this data, but it's important that we are informed so we can address the issue. So the global watchdog called Global Witness have already recorded the attacks or the killings of environmental defenders since 2012. In their most recent report in 2023, they have noted 25 out of the 196 killed were from Asia, or 13%. And the Philippines has the highest number of attacks, followed by Indonesia, followed by India, and then Indonesia. And from 2012 to 2021, there have been 435 out of 1,733 killings of land and environmental defenders in Asia, or 25% of the global number. So it is still the Philippines that has the highest number of killings, followed by India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Cambodia. However, there are still other types of attacks that environmental defenders face. We have arbitrary arrests and detention, physical violence, criminalization, enforced disappearances, defamation or vilification, harassment, threats, and intimidation, among others. So the most prominent one in Asia are the 5 climate activists that were arrested and imprisoned in Vietnam. So 2 have been released, but there are still 3 who are in prison until up to the moment. But we know that the data here that I have presented are actually underestimations, since there are still a number of unrecorded incidents in different parts of the region. So despite all the numbers and figures that I have presented, I would just like to highlight that environmental human rights defenders are people. They should not be reduced into numbers. So let me just share the story of 2 climate activists in the Philippines, just to show the human side of what is happening to environmental defenders. So Jed Tamano and Janila Castro were 22 and 23 years old when they were abducted and disappeared in the Philippines. So this happened last September, and they were actually conducting a research on the impacts of infrastructure projects in Manila Bay, which is called reclamation projects. It is a way to dump and fill materials in the coastal areas to expand the land area. After they went missing for 17 days, they exposed the truth that they were indeed taken by state security forces. And after this, they were filed by the same state security forces a charge of grave oral defamation for telling the truth about what happened to them. So imagine 2 young women activists experiencing multiple types of human rights violations for the environmental advocacy that they have been doing. And what are we losing when we don't let these people do their jobs? So these are the projects that are happening all over Asia, and this affects greatly the climate change impacts that we are experiencing. So we have large-scale mining that are causing deforestation, large dams that are also causing deforestation are also called false climate solutions, because they actually also release greenhouse gas emissions, and agribusiness plantations that are causing deforestation. So climate activists or environmental defenders actually are checks and balances in these types of projects, because they actually make sure that we have the carbon sinks, the forest to ensure climate mitigation, that we have ecological balance so that we can withstand the impacts of climate change, and they expose the false climate solutions that are being done in different countries. So without these climate activists or environmental defenders, we from the cities wouldn't even know what's happening in the geographically isolated areas. So they are the ones that tell their stories for us to know these important issues. So what are the trends that we have observed? First is that it is the indigenous people and agricultural workers who are most affected by these attacks. So they comprise the majority number of the attacks that I mentioned earlier. And it is mostly state forces who are the alleged perpetrators of these attacks. And there are policies that are affecting environmental human rights defenders, such as anti-terrorism or peace and security policies. And there's a lack of policies protecting environmental defenders. And there's a continuing impunity and lack of accountability. So we have a consistent framework of development that is profit-centered, that is driving the extraction of natural resources beyond the ecological threshold. And there is a rise of repressive measures in different governments, stemming also from the lack of recognition and protection of environmental human rights defenders. So from this, we have the following recommendations. First is to recognize environmental human rights defenders using internationally accepted definitions and terms. Second, to protect them using various policies, such as the Human Rights Defenders Law at the national level, as well as human rights due diligence in various projects. To have access to information so that they would know the information about the projects that are happening in their communities, to provide an enabling environment for them to express their opinions and concerns, whether digitally or online or in person, through different means or platforms. For there to be public participation in decision-making, especially for indigenous people, through free, prior, informed consent and genuine consultation that really addresses the concerns of affected communities, and access to justice and remedies. So this includes access to lawyers, access to courts, as well as access to compensation for damages that have been incurred. So to wrap my discussion up, I'd just like to highlight that many of these conflicts come from basic violations in environmental rights or conflicts that are done or that are happening because of projects that are not acceptable to local communities. And we have been mentioned since the earlier session that climate change is a big, urgent issue, and therefore it requires the participation of all people. And this includes, of course, environmental human rights defenders. When they are able to do their job unimpeded, then they can contribute to climate action. So we should consider environmental defenders as partners of climate action and not enemies, and let us support and protect them for the betterment of the communities, the planet, and the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Leah Mai Torres, Executive Director, spoke about the community, human rights, and lives are taking into consideration in the environmental activism and what risks these activism are facing. And as human rights defenders, they have to be protected, and also their human rights should be protected as well. So we have listened to the 5 presenters. We would like to move on to the panel discussion for session 2. So I have already a number of questions that have been submitted. I would like to share the questions, and then the panelists for whom the question is directed will be providing a response. I think we're a little bit behind schedule, but we will have 15 minutes for this panel discussion. In the interest of time, I perhaps should go through the full list of the questions, and anyone for whom the question was aimed at might answer after I have read through the questions.
천후 수당에 대해서
There was a question about
어떤 때 필요하고 재원은 어디에서 오는가라는 질문이 있고요. 그리고 또 난민과 관련한 질문이 있습니다. 구체적으로 난민 캠프에서 발생하는 아마 기후 위기와 관련된 갈등을 질문하시는 것 같은데요. 기후 위기와 관련된 갈등과 그 갈등 해소 방법에 대해서 구체적으로 설명해 주실 수 있는지, 또 관련된 질문으로 앞으로 기후 위기가 심각해질수록 더 많은 기후 난민이 발생할 것으로 예상되는데 어떤 국제적인 노력이 필요한지, 또 청소년 기후 행동의 앞으로의 계획에 대한 질문도 있었습니다. 그리고 기후 위기 대응을 위해서 가장 필요한 소농을 위한 국가 정책은 무엇인지, 기후가 변함에 따라 농사가 어려워지는 것 같은데 앞으로도 한국에서 농업이 가능할지라는 질문이 있습니다. 마지막으로 리아 마이 토레스 사무국장님께서 답해 주시면 좋을 질문이 있는데요. Are there any cases where South Korean enterprises or corporations are investing
혹시
in either mega size mineral mines or hydropower dam or plantation? And if there are cases, then what would you recommend either South Korean government or corporation to do? Thank you. 그러면은 해당되시는 질문과 관련해서 간단하게 한.
With regards to these questions, the presenters for whom the questions were directed for, can you provide answers about 1 to 2 minutes long? So severe weather compensation or benefit, yes, I went over that part. But if you look at page 146 of my presentation, there is a reference to the need to legislate severe weather compensation. As I've said, for the construction workers, they are daily workers. In order to receive their daily wage, they have to work for that day. And if there's work stoppage because of severe weather for that day, then they won't get paid their daily wages and their livelihood will be impacted. And so this is not due to any wrongdoings of the individual worker. It's because of climate change that because of environmental pollution, work has been stopped. And so to a certain extent, financing needs to be created. I'm not sure. The corporate sector, labor sector, and the government sector needs to come together and discuss where the financing is going to come from. As you can see from 147 in Korea, Korea Gas Corporation and the Gyeonggi provincial government and Seoul City government in 2021 and 2018 for construction workers, severe weather compensation. They discussed this matter for heat waves or for COVID-19 in such a pandemic situation. Compensation had been provided. There is incidence of that in 2018 or 2019 with the municipal government or the central government that did this. So the government or the companies who run the actual construction sites together with the workers, I think, can consult about this matter and come up with the source of financing. Or if due to heat waves or cold spells, if work is stopped, then at a minimum, in order to allow the construction workers to carry on living, a minimum level of wage or compensation needs to be provided in order to truly protect their human rights. Thank you.
다음은
Next, I think I had two questions directed toward myself. First is whether farming is going to be feasible going forward in Korea. I'm not quite sure about how to answer that. Not sure how Korea is going to deal with this. And also climate policies for peasants was the other question. I think I could round it down to around 4 policies. First of all, peasant-focused policies. I don't think there should be a separate set of them. First of all, I would like to highlight that we should have the appropriate policies and responses and solutions for the climate crisis. Heating up the planet further is going to devastate the farmers. So we have to be able to better respond to the climate change. And second is the food issue. Each country has a right to food, and food sovereignty should be the focus of policy change. And this is what we need right now. So farming or agriculture that devastates the planet is not the way we should go. We should preserve and protect the nature and find a way to coexist with nature in our food production. So Eco-Transition Support Fund is something we often talk about. To transition to eco-friendly farming, it should not only lie on the shoulders of the farmers and peasants. The state should be involved and it should intervene, and there should be accountable, a responsible transition that will be supported in the form of such subsidies. And I believe that in Europe, these kind of subsidies are already provided, and there are specific targets. For example, a percentage of organic farming, and there's also government funding for those goals. And I call on the Korean government to support the farmers' transition to eco-friendly farming. And lastly, about climate crisis, the government has to come up with more accountable measures. What they're focusing on to respond to the climate crisis is individual subscription to insurance, but actually the climate crisis was not the fault of the farmers, and the society should be able to help to solve this issue. And if the farmers aren't able to farm, then food will not be produced. So more responsible and accountable measures should be coming from the government, and for sustainable farming for farmers and peasants, that is what we are looking for in future policies. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, this is a question for Mr. Bosco.
Can you answer the question on the climate refugees, and also the question on what are the conflicts occurring in the refugee camps in relation to climate change?
Thank you. The questions on climate refugees, I think this is something that globally, climate refugees are not being recognized, and for sure so many countries are battling whether they should accept that they are really climate refugees or not. And it's still a global challenge at the moment, but honestly there are so many people being displaced by climate change, and they are not being recognized in most cases as refugees. If someone comes to another country that I left my country because of climate change, people see like, and then if another say I left my country because of conflict, death and all that, yeah, it's open and that's obvious. But climate change, people tend to not believe this. In terms of recognition, yes, I see that as a big challenge, but in terms of the real impact and really what drive displacement, climate change is bringing also that obvious conflict that we know and that we recognize. Conflict is also bringing about climate change. So the world really needs to tackle this, trying to look way forward to recognize people being displaced by climate change as refugees. Internally, so many people are already displaced by climate change. And the government knows that, yes, we have seen disaster the other side of the country, and these people are relocated here. They can quickly understand that, and they try to find response. But when these people crosses the border, it becomes an issue because they will not recognize them. The world is getting challenged in recognizing these people. So to respond about this, I think it's a huge challenge. We need to really tackle this at higher level, like in the global scale. It's serious. And then to respond to the question of different forms of conflict that happen in the refugee settlements already, this is a lot. I witnessed this a lot. People were stoned, by the host communities, because they were overusing the natural resources. They were over cutting down trees. They tried to demarcate some and mark some trees that, this is, it is not supposed to be cut. You don't need to touch this. But these refugees want to take their children to school. Women want to buy, healthy kits for them, but they can't find money to buy these things. So then natural resource becomes the only source of money. In my previous slides, you saw a picture of girls, young girls who were selling charcoal. They dropped from school because there was no money to buy pens and books. And these are children living in child-aided families. And they want some basic needs for them. They want to buy soaps, they want to buy salt, they want to buy, these things are not given by the UN. So when they overcut, they have to go and rely on that tree, and they have to cut. But also another problem is coming in the middle of the refugee community, in the camp, because you are given a small portion of land to cultivate. You are using this land and another neighbor is also using the other side. So, struggle to share the same piece of land, but also you are cultivating. Someone the other side has not cultivated. They have just come and they have no source of food. They come in the night, they steal your food. And then, why did you touch my food? Because I don't have. Then you fight, The struggle for these resources creates more conflict and more conflict. So if you see, as I was presenting before, about different forms of conflict that comes when climate change occurs, as I said, it is cross-cutting in different sectors. Education gets affected, our peace gets affected, and all our human rights get affected. So in order to find this, still environment suffers, in order to find solutions for this. So to me, if we want to respond to any issue that happens around us, we need to do our environmental assessment prior. And as we do this, we need to consider all aspects of human rights, because they are all cross-cutting and they will all affect this same community that we're working with. So to me, the best way to help people is to incorporate climate actions in all our programmings, and also to find a way of protecting the people in the front line, because the people who are in the front line responding to climate change are equally suffering by the climate change. So different forms of conflict, but different peoples also get affected, and different areas of our lives get affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 다음은 이제 윤현정 활동가님으로부터 청소년 기후행동 활동.
And next is for Yoon Hyun-jung, plans for youth climate action going forward. So the Constitutional Court lawsuit has turned into a law. So that law that we have took issue with is the fact that there is no plan going forward from 2031, and so that law needs to be revised. And so we're nearing a very important turning point. The country is at a turning point in terms of setting the direction for its climate action. And we are preparing for a campaign that targets a National Assembly. The ball is now in the National Assembly's court, and a right-based climate action. How that is possible, we are looking into ways to make that happen. In the past, when we undertook a campaign against the National Assembly, we always prepared a proposal or a list of demands to meet with the National Assemblymen or to meet with the political parties. We asked them to please listen to our request. That was the crux of our campaign in the past. But that kind of approach, we're not going to use those kind of approach anymore. As I've said, the public statement was what we have used for the Constitutional Court case. We're going to gather as much public opinion as possible. What kind of law is needed to truly counter climate change and what they think is needed to truly affect the change in terms of the climate crisis. So the minimum line that is based upon the public opinion will be proposed and presented to the National Assembly. So many people will serve as agents of change. We will serve as the window for this, and we will enhance accessibility of the relevant information. And so in many different languages and through a variety of different messages, we're going to achieve this objective. Rather than leaning on and depending on the authority of others, we're going to use the power of the ordinary people in order to affect change. Thank you.
네. Lastly, Leah, can you answer the question? And also, in addition to that, is there an international instrument or international solidarity activity to protect environmental defenders? Can you answer very briefly? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. So for the South Korean company that are related to projects that you mentioned, from what we know in the Philippines, we have the Halaur River Multipurpose Project. So it is a dam located in Panay Island. It is funded by the Korean Export-Import Bank with the contractor Daewoo. And this is a well-known case in the Philippines where there were 9 indigenous people who were massacred on December 30, 2020, in the dead of night. These are the leaders of the indigenous peoples community that were opposing the project. So we call it the Tumanduk Massacre because it's the Tumanduk indigenous people. And from what I know, the community also tried to appeal for justice in this case. It is well known since the former Special Rapporteur on Climate Change, Ian Fry's country visit, he went to the province where this is located, and he included this in his report stating that there should be an investigation on this matter. So in this cases, we highly recommend that the companies related to this project would talk to the local communities and seek for accountability on what happened, whether or not this is being recognized by the government as something related to the project, because the government of the Philippines have denied that this massacre is related to the dam project. And also, we also recommend to support the families, since the people who were killed are the people who provide for the families. So I hope that more support will be given to them in the years to come. And when it comes to international solidarity actions for our network, we have always engaged in the climate change conferences. And this year, we'll be having an a day for environmental human rights defenders during the 2-week climate change conference. And we hope that there would be also solidarity there. So we also celebrate environmental human rights defenders during the International Human Rights Day on December 10. So these are 2 occasions that we usually do it. And lastly, we also have the annual Environmental Human Rights Defenders Forum co-organized with the UN Environmental Program and the UN OHCHR. So this is also an opportunity for various environmental defenders and organizations who support them to meet each other and to talk to ways forward to improve the situation of defenders. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. 네, 이렇게 해서 세션
Thank you, Leah. That brings us to the end of the second session of the day. So we have heard from the very invaluable insights and experiences and future visions from the 5 panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that was the end of session 2. I would like to also extend my thanks to the moderator and to our panelists. The vulnerable groups of climate change, the diverse perspectives and solutions were shared in session 2. So what we have to actually put into practice was discussed. And before we move on to the last session of the day, we would like to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 3:30 with session 3. Thank you.
네, 온라인을 통해서도 많은 분
Online, there are also many participants joining us. And if you upload questions on the chat window, the moderator will share them as time allows. The participants in person may access the presentation material through the QR code. And if you have any questions or comments, please write it down on the post-it sticky notes that we have left on the tables and share it with the staff. Now, this is the third session. So, acting together for a sustainable future, responding to climate change and sustainability are the goals of the individuals and the corporates that will be discussed in this third session. The moderator and the participants are already seated. The moderator will be the SKOOG National Human Rights Commission of Korea Policy Bureau Director General. Please give them a big hand.
안녕하십니까. 국가인권위원회
So good afternoon. I'm Lee Seok-jun, Director General at the Policy Bureau, the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. So we arrived at the very last session of today's conference. The topic is acting together for a sustainable future. And, starting from the morning sessions, the international trends on human rights and climate change, and the impact on the vulnerable groups of climate change was also addressed. And in the very last session, the government and the corporate sector, which has immense influence, and also the CSO, these various stakeholders in the midst of this climate crisis, how they can join forces to engage in concerted efforts to tackle this crisis situation. That will be the topic for the third session. We have four presenters. First presenter is Yeom Jung-seop, who is the Director of the Climate Change Strategy Division at the Ministry of Environment. Next speaker is Jörg Weverdorfer, Minister Councillor from the EU delegation to the ROK. The next speaker is from Slovak National Center for Human Rights, Head of Research and Data Analysis, Michaela Józefova. And the last presenter is from the civil society, Han Jae-ga, from the Climate Justice Alliance in Korea. So why don't we jump into session 3? We have Director Yeom Jung-seop from the Ministry of Environment. I think he's pretty new to his position, and so Korea's carbon neutrality policy will be presented by Director Yeom. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am the Ministry of Environment. My name is Yeom Jung-seok. I'm the Director of the Climate Change Strategy Division. I would like to take this time to share Korea's policies on net zero. So we see that climate disasters are witnessed in daily lives, and there are different strategies that are being implemented, and we would also like to share Korea's response measures and also new strategies around the world. As you may well know, the climate crisis is aggravating, and it is witnessed in our daily lives. We could refer back to history, however, we can remember most sharply our recent experience. Spring 2023 in Gwangju, there was talk about limiting tap water supply, and it was the worst drought in history. For about 2 years, typhoons had not hit that area, so the dams were, the water resources in dams were being depleted. And in spring, flowers and cherry blossoms were blooming earlier, so the local festivals could not be held to plan. And in the winter, there was also unexpected rainstorms. And this year, we had the heat wave stretching up until the Korean Thanksgiving or Chuseok. Among 149 countries around the world, 136 countries have committed to net zero by 2050 on the heads of state level, and some countries have already legislated it. The US in particular, by establishing the Inflation Reduction Act, has invested $369 billion for climate response, and the European Union has also announced plans for its Green Deal, encompassing both regulation and financing. And also, we see trade barriers being raised, such as Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, and there's also the plastic phase-out commitment and treaties that are being discussed. And in the private sector, we have the RE, or Renewable Energy 100, where 100% energy will be fulfilled with renewable energy. And we believe that climate crisis finds us at a place where we need transition to a carbon-neutral economy. To share with us the framework for carbon neutrality in Korea, in 2020, we set the national vision for carbon neutrality, or net zero. And the scenario for carbon neutrality had been announced in October of that year. And the nationally defined contributions were initially set at around 26.3%, but they have been raised to about 40%. So this was not just an announcement and declaration to actually make it operational. There was a Framework Act established in September 2021. The Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Act was established. So environment and economy have to work hand in hand based on carbon neutrality. That was the national vision that was declared. And the defined contributions have been established as a legal measure. Some of them will be led by the government from a top-down approach, and some municipalities will be leading the efforts. And so each level of government have their roles laid out for them. How we are going to be more specific, how we are going to reduce our emissions and how we are going to attain just transition, how we are going to transition into a green growth economy, and mitigation and adaptation details have been fleshed out. In the current Yoon Suk-yeol administration, the first National Master Plan for Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth has been set out in April 2023. And the reduction across industry and waste and CCUS and carbon sinks and also buildings, quantitative goals and targets have been set. And also means to attain those goals have been described. And on the city and province level, framework plans have been set down. And by the earlier half of next year, all of the municipalities will be implementing, or rather setting up plans. And planning won't be the end. Of course, progress monitoring systems will have to be in place. It is a legal requirement to have progress monitoring done on an annual basis, and it should be scientific evaluation based on indicators. That is being developed on the working level. So organizing a process that will engage as many stakeholders as possible in a transparent process system is the goal. Now, I'd like to share with you Korea's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. In 2018, our goal was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 24.4% by 2023. But more recently, we have revised those targets to 40%. And there were also partial adjustments between and within sectors, including and incorporating feasibility. And according to the Paris Agreement provisions, every 5 years, the NDCs have to be updated. And we have to follow the principle of progression. More rigorous targets should be set every 5 years. So next year, we have to announce our revised NDCs for 2035. And I would like to share with you how we are going about the 2035 NDCs. Of course, we have to stick to our international commitments and to lead carbon neutrality and green growth. We have to establish ambitious goals based on scientific data. So leading experts in various fields will do the modeling, and those models will be validated by independent specialists to make sure that the targets are set in an objective and impartial manner. So the industry participants, experts, and next generation stakeholders should also be brought into the discussion to build a wider consensus. And as you can see on the right-hand side, there is the Common Technology Working Group. They're working on draft proposals, and once the proposals are set, the external consultative bodies will be engaged. This is going to take place within the government organizations, and for public deliberation, the Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Committee will work for public deliberation and public engagement, and this will be finalized in government policy. To go into a little more detail, we are going to work bottom-up strategies and top-down strategies at the same time. Regarding emissions reduction goals, first we will have some projections, and based on those projections, we will build reductions. Forecasting sectoral emissions based on basic premises will assess assumptions and data across sectors like energy transition, industry, buildings, and transportation. Assuming that past trends persist moving forward, we are going to forecast the baseline future emissions, and the next step will be evaluating mitigation tools. So the processes and technologies will be reviewed, and relevant ministry divisions their plans will also be incorporated to deduce the potential reduction by sector. And experts will be calculating the potential reductions by sector and area. And this is not, we're not going to only take the bottom-up approach, but also top-down approaches. We will be referring to international trends to provide recommendations, and there will also be public hearings and expert consultations, and a rich discussion will be a basis for deliberation and making the final decision. What has to be considered in this process is, as you may have heard, the Constitutional Court at the end of August made a decision that can be summarized as follows. The Carbon Neutrality Framework Act doesn't address specific reduction plans between the years 2031 through the late 2040s. So we are to amend the act by 2026. And so support has to be given and encouragement has to be given to the National Assembly so that this will be possible. And beginning next month, the Future Strategy Forum, which is currently how it's called, we are going to come up with multiple options on legislation towards amendment for the Master Plan or Framework Act for Carbon Neutrality to be able to address the unconstitutional provisions of the Framework Act. And we are going to suggest proposals that will be based on a wider consensus to the National Assembly so that the National Assembly can take it into consideration. So that's what's taking place in Korea. And on the international level, you may well know the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and there's also the Paris Agreement. There are many mechanisms in place under those agreements and treaties. I won't go into much detail about that. But anyway, on the international level, the Republic of Korea is going to contribute across two streams. First of all, The Green Climate Fund is going to assist developing nations in cutting emissions and adapting to climate change. So an additional 300 million is going to be contributed, amounting to a total contribution to $600 million. And we are also pursuing further a wider green ODA, focusing mostly on the efforts of the Ministry of Environment, because we are setting ourselves as a global pivotal state. ODA funding will be multiplied 7 times, and that is the policy of the Korean government. Thank you.
So, Mr. Yum, the decarbonization policy and how to set up the framework to fight climate change, and especially in the 2035 NDC, setting the NDC, we had the Constitutional Court's ruling, and also we have a lot of efforts being made by the government in order to fight climate change, and also joining in the international cooperation in this regard. Next, we would like to invite Georg Bevendorfer from EU delegation to the ROK.
안녕하세요. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I talk now about the EU's path to sustainable business. So it's more about business, and the topic is very broad, so please bear with me. I go quite quickly through it. The interpreter already said I shouldn't speak too quickly, so I try to adapt the speed. What is the background? I just want to show very quickly that the EU concept is linked to the UN concept. We have the UN Charter for Human Rights, UN Declaration for Human Rights, and we have in the EU Treaty of Lisbon and European Charter of Fundamental Rights, which make reference to it, and we have also some policy documents like the EU Strategic Framework on Human Rights and Democracy, the EU action plans, which are normally for 5 to 7 years, Council conclusions, and we have a special representative for human rights, whom you saw, I hope, this morning, Olof. The EU action plan, which is at the moment valid, is quite broad. It has new elements and refers also first time to digital technologies, environmental challenges, climate change, business, has a sanction regime, refers to corruption, to academic freedom, and it also covers strategic communication and public diplomacy. What is the EU position to environmental challenges and human rights? I mean, we certainly acknowledge the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and our action plan 2020 to 2027 wants to address the effect of this triple planetary crisis on the exercise of human rights, such as the right to life, health, safe drinking water, sanitation, etc. I come now to the European Green Deal, which is our overall framework to deal with climate and environmental issues. And you see that we have a climate neutrality target 2050. This is the same as for Korea, and we would like to, or we aim to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And in February this year, the Commission proposed to reduce our emissions already by 90% by 2040. This is still discussed with our member states. We have different strategies to put this into place. I don't have enough space to present all. I just add the most significant for today. We have the Circular Economic Action Plan. We have a European strategy for plastics, and we have a zero pollution ambition. We have also other policies like strategy on biodiversity, or the so-called farm to fork strategy, which deals with agricultural issues. Very important for the EU is climate financing, and we are here certainly the leaders together with our member states. Just to give an example, in 2022, the EU and its 27 member states contributed 28.5 billion euros in climate finance from public sources and mobilized an additional amount of 11.9 billion euros of private finance to support developing countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt the impacts of climate change. We are by far the leader, and we hope that particularly in the next COP, there will be some agreement with other member states and our partners. If I come to our approach to industry, to emissions, and here we have different regulations and directives in place. We have directives, for example, on the air quality. We have directives addressing member states to reduce their emissions. But very important is the Industrial Emissions Directive, which exists since 2010 and is revised this year. And it's basically makes companies and industries dependent to get a permit from our member states. And this permit is basically reflecting whether or not these industries have the technique in place, which is the best available technique in our view, meaning it should not surpass the emissions caused or pollutants caused with this best available technique. And this is an integrated approach. It takes into account the whole environmental performance and the impact on air, water, land, the waste, raw materials, etc. Then we have, very important, the EU emission trading system, the EU ETS system. You have here in Korea as well the Korean ETS system, KETS. The EU ETS system is the first of its kind. It's exists since 2005. It's now in the 4th phase. And basically, it's a cap and trade system. So basically, for certain industries, there's a cap that for production to a certain amount, you cannot surpass a certain amount of emissions. It's a cap, and the cap is going down over the years. And within the cap, you have free allowances for which you don't have to pay, and for the remainder, you have to pay for certificates, and you can also trade the certificates. This is the same in Korea, grosso modo. And there's now on the EU side a revision under the European Green Deal. And that's very important because with this, the EU lowers the cap much faster than originally foreseen. And on the other hand, it phases out the free allowances. Additionally, it adds new sectors to it. Which does it mean, or what does it mean? That this becomes much more expensive for the companies because the cap is low, they have to invest more in new manufacturing equipment, and at the same time, they don't have free allowances, so they really have to acquire certificates. So this creates the fear on our side that there will be carbon leakage. What is carbon leakage? Carbon leakage means that industry says, no, I don't want to pay this because it doesn't make me competitive, so I go abroad and produce abroad, best in a country where there are no environmental requirements, which is not certainly in our interest because we want to protect the environment and our global well-being. So for this, we try to stop this or not have this, and we say we need for the imports that the imports have to pay the same price, meaning it doesn't matter whether you produce in the EU or whether you produce outside the EU for certain sectors. So if you import to the EU, you have to pay exactly the same price as you would pay if you produce in the EU. If you have paid, for example, under the Korean ETS system, already a price, you can deduce the price. So this makes, under CBAM, basically a very transparent and equal level system that companies have to say the same price, whether they have produced these goods abroad or within the European Union. So from our side, we don't see any problem with the WTO or discrimination. What sectors are covered, and this is quite clearly defined during the transitional phase: cement, iron, steel, aluminum, fertilizer, electricity, and hydrogen. However, this is not necessarily final because the regulation is implemented gradually. So at the moment, we have a transitional phase, so nobody has to pay yet who is importer. But as from 2026, there will be a gradual implementation, and it will be very slow. At the beginning, you pay only 2.5%, the second year 5%, and so on, until you come to 100% in 2034. At the same time, the free allowance system of the EU is phasing out, so there will be always the same amount of payments for producers inside and outside the EU. Next year, there will be evaluation on the reports received during this transitional phase, which is in place for 1 year now. And then there will be the final decision which sectors will be covered, whether there will be also coverage of indirect emissions. Indirect emissions means the electricity, how much emissions it produces. And then there will be also a decision on the methodology of assessing the emissions and of the certification scheme. I come to the next point, to circular economy. This is also very important in the EU. We have a circular economy action plan with 35 actions, and they are in general not binding. It's rather for the Commission, for the European Commission, a task to be implemented, but the idea is to make sustainable products the norm in the EU. Very important is regulation on eco-design for sustainable products. It makes also here sustainable products the norm and has some eco-design requirements. And in particular, it puts into place in general a digital product passport. It means on products you should see via digital measure, see what are the effects on the environment. This can be on the product itself and or on the packaging. And this is to be implemented further via specific regulations or directives targeting specific sectors. We have here, for example, one strategy we have for textiles, and there are some particularly actions foreseen for the use of microplastics and also for greenwashing, meaning that you pretend a product is environmentally friendly, but it is not. And in general, also there's a tendency within the EU that you have extended producer responsibility, meaning who pollutes pay, meaning in this case the industry. We come to the plastics strategy which we have. Main goal is that 10 million tons of recycled plastics should be used in new products already by next year. We have specific targets, for example, for plastic bottles, how many should be collected, so 2029, 90%, and how much recycled content they should have in their plastic, so 30% of the plastic by 2030 should be recycled, but we have also other laws targeting other areas like packaging, vehicles, and construction materials. For single-use plastics, quite interesting for Korea, because you had some draft in this regard foreseen, which was then postponed, unfortunately, last autumn. There was an initiative from the EU to collect plastic items on beaches, and the 10 most found items, plastic items on beaches, are targeted with this directive, and there's a distinction whether or not these plastic items have a sustainable alternative. If there's a sustainable alternative, there's a ban now in the EU, so you see the products, you might recognize what it is. This is now banned in the EU, whereas the others, there is no sustainable alternative, they can still be used. However, there are prevention measures and also waste management measures in place. I come to packaging and packaging waste. Also here, our goal is to prevent and reduce waste and make all packaging on the EU market recycled by 2030, and to increase to decrease the use of virgin material, meaning to increase the use of used material. Then we have a battery regulation. It's quite interesting here in Korea for Korean producers. So this is the first regulation which we have, which covers the entire life cycle of a product, meaning from the mining to the manufacturing to the use to the disposal. So everything is covered and should be environmental friendly. There are also reuse and collection targets. Then finally, we have an end-of-life vehicles directive. We have this in place since 2000, but it was not so successful because so far a third of vehicles is still just dumped. So it will be more stringent now. We cover more vehicles, make producers financially responsible, and 25% of the plastic used in new vehicles must be recycled. Finally, I come to the responsible business context, and here we have a lot of directives and regulations. Just the difference is directives have still to be transposed into national law by the member states, whereas regulations are directly applicable. I don't have so much time left, so I go quickly through the main ones. So we have the deforestation regulation. It is basically the obligation of companies who sell or export palm oil, cattle, soy, coffee, cacao, timber, and rubber, and some derived products. They have the obligation to issue a due diligence statement saying that these products have not been produced on land recently deforested or degraded, and have been produced in accordance with laws of the country of production. So this is one regulation. Then we have a forced labor regulation, which says basically you cannot sell products on the EU market which have been made with forced labor. Then we have the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, which says basically companies have to report not only on risks for the companies, but also risks for the environment and people, including on human rights of people. And finally, very important, and maybe I go 1 minute over my time, we have the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, which is very important, which was just adopted in July this year. Member states, since the directive, have 2 years to transpose it into national law. And then non-EU companies have between 3 and 5 years to put this into place. It says that companies in the scope have to identify and address potential actual adverse human rights and environmental impacts in their own operations, those of their subsidiaries, and this is very important, very related to the chain of activity, those of the business partners, meaning if you're a big company, it means all your business partners basically in the upstream sector and many in the downstream sector. Just to say for non-EU companies, the threshold is 450 million net turnover in the EU. If you're below, you're not directly affected, but indirectly, if you have contract clients with whom you have business contacts, then indirectly you will be affected. And what rights are covered there? On the one hand, there's a list of human rights. On the other hand, there are some environmental conventions in the list. And as I said, upstream, the chain of activities, it covers basically everything from the extraction to the supply of raw materials to manufacturing, transport and storage, whereas downstream this is a bit limited. It's only the tier 1 business partners with whom you have a direct contract, and also it's limited to distribution, transport and storage, and financial services are excluded for the moment. There will be a review in 2 years. There should be also a climate change transition plan of each company. And finally, I come to our green diplomacy. You will have seen that this is all quite challenging. It is just the surface. There's much more. And contrary to other partner countries, we have this is all mandatory, obligatory, and will have an effect also on Korean companies, to which they are so far not used. We are very much aware from the EU side that it's a global challenge we face, and we have to face this together and work together, also because the EU is, as Korea, very import dependent. And for this, we try to assume international leadership in multilateral fora. We are leaders in financing, and we have our free trade agreements also with Korea. We had just 4 weeks ago a EU Republic of Korea Trade and Sustainable Development Committee. We had just last week a working group on energy, environment and climate. So we work hand in hand with the Republic of Korea, and we have since last year a green partnership, and with a green partnership program with several activities here in Korea. So I hope to see you soon there. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 요르크 베버른 도르프.
Thank you very much. Minister Councillor Jörg Ervendorfer, he spoke the EU's perspective on how responding to the climate crisis. Of course, response on an individual level is important, but also institutionalization efforts were detailed very extensively in this presentation. In particular, by 2040, there's a specific roadmap in place. So greenhouse gases will be reduced by 90%. That is part of the effort that the European Union is making, and to obtain climate financing to support the greenhouse gas emissions reduction efforts of developing nations, and pollution emissions, and also emissions trading system. Those institutionalized guidelines are already in place. In particular, the design and recycling policies for sustainable products, and also for the social responsibility of corporates, their human rights impact. Those were also some areas that the Minister Councillor touched upon. The next presenter will be Head of Research and Data Analysis, Slovak National Center for Human Rights, Ms. Michaela Uzajoba.
Michaela Uzajoba, you have the floor for 15 minutes.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. Moderator. And let me thank for the invitation and a warm welcome to our hosts. And I think that at this moment I can already congratulate for a successful event. It's a pleasure to be here with you professionally and personally. Let me start with a few words about Slovak National Center for Human Rights and the context in which we work. Slovakia is a small country in Central Europe, which in the context of human rights has some long-standing problems, historically rooted, such as discrimination on the grounds of ethnicity or nationality, gender equality together with domestic violence, as well as problems that have been brought to the surface by recent developments in society. At the photo, you don't see because I didn't change the slide, and now you see. The photo, you can see our office and the flags which are hanging there for 2 years, because last Saturday it's been 2 years since the terrorist attack at the queer community center, and we felt it's important to communicate to the public and also to public authorities that we believe that human rights belong to everyone living in Slovakia. And alongside all these challenges, the right to healthy environment has been taken for granted. I have to admit that it was also taken for granted by our team, because we considered it to be a value on which we agree, regardless of political stance, and which is therefore somehow taken care of. And in the similar way, the issue of climate change was seen as something highly technical, separate from the struggle to respect human rights. However, as is increasingly becoming apparent, this is not the case. That's why in our team we are trying to include these two issues, right to healthy environment and climate change and the impact of climate change on human rights, which are often overlooked and not perceived as acute problems by society or politicians among our priorities. And that is also the reason why we decided to join Ghanaian Caucus on Climate Change and Human Rights. And this is also the reason why I'm sitting here, because I'm a co-convener of Ghanaian Caucus on Climate Change and Human Rights. It was established in 2021 as a platform for NHRIs to share good practice, to also discuss what are the challenges, and also to create a platform to learn from experts outside NHRI community. Currently, there are 35 NHRIs from all regions as members, but the activities and outputs we produce are meant for all NHRIs and our partners. In the period of 4 years, almost, we have organized 6 peer learning events and seminars, 3 conferences or symposiums, usually organized at the site of COP, and also 5 consultations and meetings in a smaller format. When we ask how can NHRIs contribute to climate justice, it already means that we have moved forward from the much basic question whether NHRIs should pay attention and address climate change at all. And it is not a matter, of course, in each country and for all NHRIs, as I have illustrated in the beginning. So it's really important to go step forward. The scope of potential involvement and action of NHRIs in the area of climate change differs across countries based on the scope and strength of their national mandate. Nevertheless, among the forms of action might be monitoring and reporting, advocacy for human rights-based approach in climate policies, investigation of individual and collective complaints, and climate litigation. To support members of the caucus and NHRIs to identify how their team in their national context and a professional background of the team can work on climate change issues, Ghanaian and Caucus published a practical guidance for NHRIs on addressing human rights and climate change, and it includes also appendix with a list of activities of NHRIs up to the day of publishing in 2021, and it's foreseen to be updated. Monitoring of protection and promotion of human rights and reporting the findings to national public authorities and to international human rights bodies is a key responsibility of national institutions defined by the Paris Principles from 1993. It can have different forms. NHRIs might decide to devote a specific chapter in national periodic reports, which they usually address to public authorities together with recommendations and usually with a follow-up focusing on the implementation of these recommendations, or they might develop a special ad hoc report reflecting critical situation as a reaction to crises such as floods, heat waves, loss of land, or pertaining trends such as restrictions of rights towards environmental human rights defenders or greenwashing projects. In this report, it's important that the collected evidence, scientific data, are evaluated in the legal human rights framework. So although the evidence might already be there and they do not produce new research, if it's not possible, even that is an added value that this evidence is interpreted in a legal framework of human rights. On international level, NHRIs might contribute to reporting to human rights treaty bodies and special procedures. As it was already mentioned, OHCHR reports regularly follow impact of climate change, and there are several resolutions regarding climate change as well. If we look at the last 2 years, for example, 56th session included a panel discussion focusing on loss and damage, and at the 57th session there was a report of the Secretary General around the same topic, loss and damage presented. Similarly, in 2023, Human Rights Council focused on an impact of climate change on the right to food. Submissions of NHRIs to OHCHR call for inputs are crucial to provide accurate understanding of the situation in our respective countries. There are also other mechanisms available. I will not talk about them for too long because we already heard a keynote from a special rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change. And there are many other initiatives of special rapporteurs which might not be explicitly linked to protection of environment, but they monitor the impact of climate change on human rights they have in their mandate. And again, I would encourage all NHRIs to send their input so the reports really reflect the situation in place. Mandates of NHRIs should also include, according to Paris principles, the power to receive an individual or collective complaints or petitions and conduct independent investigations. NHRIs have unique position and authority to collect evidence which might not be accessible by other stakeholders, by academia or by civic society. So it's really essential that the NHRIs use this authority, use the effective mechanisms they have. It's depending, of course, on the strength of the mandate on national level, and conduct investigations if possible. They can organize hearings of physical or legal persons, consultations with stakeholders, collect testimonies, and evaluate administrative and statistical data. I would like to bring to your attention as examples of such investigations an exhaustive national inquiry on the impact of climate change on human rights of the Filipino people by Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines, but I think that this report is really well known already. But there are many other reports which might not be so robust, but which also bring a different perspective on national level. For example, Ombudswoman of Croatia decided to conduct several investigations in the area of rights to healthy environment, access to justice, and right to information based on complaints regarding the level of air pollution, toxic waste, and published a report about impact of climate change on right to health in Croatia. There are several reports of National Commission on Human Rights in Kenya which conducted independent investigation of evictions of Ogi communities from ancestral lands in Masai Mara. We know that this is an ongoing issue and still needs our attention. The last example I have listed is an investigation of complaints regarding coal mining, and it has a similar strategy that it includes investigation of respondents representing workers, public authorities, and private companies. Of course, not all NHRIs have such a strong mandate that they can conduct investigations, But there are many other possibilities. One of them is advocacy on national or international level. It might be understood in a broader sense as advocacy for human rights perspective in climate change policies. But also it might be very targeted to a specific legislation or policy implementation. As an example, I selected a screenshot from our social media when we have joined a campaign of Civic Society for Strong Climate Act in 2023. At this social post, we declared that it's already visible how the climate change impacts vulnerable groups in Slovakia, and that's why we support Strong Climate Act. At the same time, apart from being part of this campaign, we have contacted Ministry of Environment and presented several recommendations how to translate human rights-based approach into the climate legislation. On the international level, caucus and especially Ganri head office focused on achieving observer status at the Conference of Parties of UNFCCC, which was confirmed last year in Dubai. Actually, the photo I have shown you on the second slide was photo taken at the symposium in Dubai last year. And the observer status was confirmed, and this year Gandhi will be officially represented by a delegation, and the observer status will also enable Gandhi to organize side events within the venue of COP, which is a great opportunity to be explored, and I can already share the dates. The symposium will be organized on 13th of November. There will be also pre-COP webinar for NHRIs on 24th of October. And we will also publish open letter on behalf of Gandhi, and I suppose with the communication with caucus members, which will be published and shared next week. Apart from the direct participation at COPs, caucus is also contributing to open letters and policy papers, and the photo you can see is also from Dubai, when we have met Special Rapporteur Ian Fry, to whom we have presented recommendations in Gandhi open letter together with our members and discussed the situation in our countries during COP. But the advocacy around COP is starting even before the national delegations participate at the COP meetings. That's why it's important to share the open letters even before, try to meet with national delegations and communicate the human rights approach to climate policies. The last form of engagement of NHRIs I would like to focus on is climate litigation. I have to change because I have to watch the time. This is the area which is probably closest to heart for many NHRIs, but at the same time it's also very challenging, as the climate change is perceived as something abstract, characterized by a distribution of responsibility with legal liability difficult of, if not impossible to determine. But as we can see in public discourse and also in the report of Global Climate Litigation report of UNEP, the climate change cases are increasing in number, and there are also more and more linked to human rights legal framework. They might be posed from on behalf of vulnerable groups, individuals, or future generations. Caucus members expressed their eagerness to learn and share latest expertise. Therefore, Caucus has organized a peer learning event for all NHRIs in 2023, and also a few smaller meetings, seminars with experts. And I'm happy to conclude that all these lessons were also used in practice, and we might see increased activities and participation of NHRIs in formulating third-party interventions. In this regard, I would like to also mention the activity of European Network Human Rights Institutions, Climate Change Working Group, which developed together a third-party intervention to the European Court of Human Rights in the landmark climate case, which was already mentioned today, Verein Klimaseniorin in Schweiz and others versus Switzerland. Unfortunately, although there are few decisions of the court which confirm the responsibility of states to act, as we might also congratulate Korea on that, we can also observe political resistance to these rulings, so the path towards more effective climate change policies with the help of legal mechanisms won't be so straightforward as we might have hoped for. I've selected a statement of Federal Council in reaction to the ruling on the case of Klimaseniorin in Schweiz, which refuses the ruling. And now it's like it's ongoing process, so we'll see what the result will be. Nevertheless, increased number of climate lawsuits has advanced collective practice in employing human rights law framework to advance climate justice not only within the area of human rights obligation of states, but also of private companies. And I would like to close the presentation with few points about identified challenges and also potential resources and strategies within the communication in the caucus. As I have suggested, of course, among the challenges, we have financial and personal capacities. Our team, for example, has 16 people covering the whole country in all the areas, including the anti-discrimination mandate. And a similar situation is also for other NHRIs. We also might feel overcome and overwhelmed by the technical expertise, which is specific for the climate change issues. We might not feel so comfortable in this area because that's not what we were studying during our youth. But it doesn't mean that we have to be experts on everything, and we can overcome this challenge by the cooperation. Also, when you bring the new field of work into your team, you also might feel some kind of resistance. The challenge, which is not on the presentation, but I would like to mention it today, is the limit of national mandate. It's very important that the NHRI has a strong mandate. With a strong mandate, there are more options and opportunities to really be engaged and make a change. I have also tried to list some potential resources and strategies. Most of them we try to support in the caucus during our meetings and through our events. Continuously develop expertise of our team. It means that we can, if we do not feel the capacity to devote the work of our organization to the climate change, we can think about in a long-term perspective and start with the small steps and small targets to build the expertise in 5 or 6 years. Share knowledge among ourselves, share capacities. It means that if we have an HRI which already has experience with third-party interventions or with advocacy campaign, open letter, sharing these outcomes with others might also help us to be more effective. And last but not least, build partnerships and alliances among NHRIs. By this I mean not only writing together open letters or policy statements, but also try to think about joint campaigns, joint investigations, joint reporting. Of course, we have to respect the limits of our mandates, but as it was mentioned throughout the day, activities of our states or companies which have a base in one state might impact people living in another state or in another region. And I think it's really important that we inform each other and try to find strategies how to work together. Then alliances with NGOs and expert organizations, as I already mentioned, and finding allies within public actors is always better when you have public authority which agrees with you at least at some point that you might find something in common, and you have a starting point for further discussion. And that's where I end. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Michaela. from the point of view of National Human Rights Organization, with regards to climate change, various activities have been introduced, especially GANI is a federation or alliance of national human rights institutions, and they have a focus group on climate change, and they are engaged in monitoring and reporting activities. And the investigative powers are different by country in terms of the mandate. And she cited examples of Philippines or Kenya or South Africa, who has the mandate for investigative powers. And so petitions related to climate change, how they are dealt with in these countries, have been fully explained through her presentation. So we will now invite the last that I might not be given enough time for my presentation. I think I compared my situation to the future generations, where the previous generation had all used up their carbon budget already. I felt like the future generation. In the global south, how because of the emissions produced by the global north, how they are suffering. Yes, I was able to relate to them. Every year climate activists make a bitter joke. At least this summer will be the coolest we'll ever see. In 2024, heat waves and tropical nights broke previous records, with heat-related illnesses and deaths also reaching new highs. I think next year we'll see even more record-breaking temperatures. While the cool autumn breeze is a welcome relief for now, I fear that we will now not get a welcome autumn breeze in time for next summer and beyond. It's not just the heat waves, droughts, floods, typhoons, wildfires, and extreme cold are becoming more frequent and more severe, not only in Korea, but also throughout the world. It feels like the entire world is coming down upon us, and people are increasingly gripped with despair and helplessness that they may not be able to stop it. And this is not limited to the case of Greta Thunberg, an environmental activist in Sweden. Similar cases have been reported in Korea, where teenagers are refusing to eat out of guilt and hopelessness. Teachers who are supposed to care and teach for them do not know what to do and are afraid themselves. These are the stories of people I met during my climate education travels. Climate change is a global crisis that affects everybody on Earth, although Elon Musk and his wealthy friends who suggest we move to Mars might disagree. However, the impact of climate disasters is far from even, as is widely recognized. A report on loss and damage from climate change published ahead of COP27 shows that over the past 30 years, from 1991 to 2021, an average 188 million people in developing countries were affected by climate and weather-related disasters each year. During this period, some 670,000 people in these countries lost their lives to such disasters, accounting for 78% of all deaths worldwide. The catastrophic floods in Pakistan in 2022 illustrate the significance of these figures. A third of the country was underwater, more than 1,500 people have died, and 33 million people, around a seventh of the population, have been affected by the floods. The scale of the disaster has been overwhelming. In an interview, Sherry Raymond, Pakistan's Minister for Climate Change, argued that rich nations responsible for environmental degradation should pay Pakistan for the damage caused by the floods. I fully support this position. But instead of offering compensation, international financial institutions that develop countries have added to Pakistan's debt by providing loans for reconstruction. This is a common reality for many developing countries and illustrates the injustice and inequality that climate change perpetuates. The inequalities associated with climate disasters are stark, even within a single country or society. Bong Joon-ho's Parasite, which won an Oscar and global acclaim in 2019, not only won artistic acclaim, but also perhaps unintentionally highlighted the issue of climate inequality. In the film, during a heavy downpour, the wealthy, safely ensconced in their hillside mansion, enjoyed the luxury of setting up a tent on their lawn for a leisurely evening. Meanwhile, the poor trapped in their semi-basement house endure flooding and sewage overflows that endanger their lives. This film became a grim reality in Seoul in the summer of 2022. An unexpected flood submerged Gangnam Boulevard, a symbol of Korea's economic power, but nobody lost their lives. In contrast, in Silimdong, a neighborhood in western Seoul, a low-income family of 3 tragically lost their lives when water flooded their semi-basement house. A cheap housing option for the poor. The victims were a worker at a duty-free shop where the wealthy like to shop, a person with developmental disabilities, and his caregiver. Following this tragedy, the Seoul government promised to build flood barriers to protect semi-basement houses from future flooding. However, this plan could not be properly implemented due to the opposition from landlords concerned about falling property values. This incident highlights why anti-poverty groups in Korea are calling for housing rights, saying that inequality is a disaster. In a society characterized by inequality, the climate crisis becomes a climate disaster. Just as the impact of climate disaster is uneven, so too is the responsibility. National greenhouse gas emissions, per capita emission, and cumulative emissions show that countries in the Northern Hemisphere are the main drivers of the crisis. For example, the United States emits more than 20 tons of greenhouse gases per person per year, while countries like Kenya and Sub-Saharan Africa produce very little, less than 1 ton per year, illustrate a stark disparity. However, the gap in emissions inequality within a state, such as the United States or Kenya, exceeds the gap in international inequality. Just because a homeless person lives in the U.S. doesn't mean he or she is the same as billionaire Bill Gates, who also lives in the United States. Since the mid-2010s, numerous studies have examined how greenhouse gas emissions vary disproportionately across income levels. As reported by the World Inequality Lab, the top 1% of the world's highest earners are responsible for 70% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, surpassing the 12% produced by the bottom 50% of the world's population. Furthermore, the top 10% are responsible for almost half, 48% of total emissions. The wealthy emit huge amounts of greenhouse gases because they earn huge incomes and spend lavishly, while also benefiting from investments in carbon-intensive industries, companies that have made huge profits. It is clear that the rich bear the greatest responsibility for the climate crisis. Most governments in developed countries, including Korea, have shown insufficient recognition and effort when it comes to addressing emissions inequality, a crucial element in tackling the climate crisis. Although they emphasize technological solutions such as increasing renewable energy, EVs, energy efficiency, and carbon capture and storage, there is little discussion of why we are not fully addressing inequalities in climate impacts and how we can afford to do so. Since the introduction of the emissions trading under the Kyoto Protocol, these governments in industrialized countries have primarily pursued policies that allow companies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at low cost. However, the effectiveness of emissions trading schemes in reducing greenhouse gases both globally and in Korea is far from clear. In fact, emissions have been rising steadily. In Korea, industrial carbon emissions increased by 12.3%. Companies have been benefiting from the free allocation of carbon credits. For example, POSCO, a leading steel company, and Samsung Electronics, a global technology giant, both big emitters, made $56.9 billion and $19.7 billion respectively by selling their surplus allowances. Instead of holding big polluters accountable, this system has rewarded high-emitting companies and their shareholders. This is not a simple mistake, it's a systematic flaw. As it stands, the current climate policy is neither effective nor fair.
What about the carbon tax, which is often cited as a key measure in carbon reduction strategies? As an indirect tax, it often exacerbates inequality and faces significant challenges in implementation due to public opposition. A notable example is the Olof protests in France in 2018. It is fundamentally unfair to apply the same carbon tax rate to both wealthy and low-income people without a plan to address the underlying economic disparities. The World Inequality Lab reports that half of France's population falls into the lower income bracket and already emits more than or less than 2030 per capita target. In a similar vein, in Korea, half of the lower income population already lives in a way that aligns with the 2030 emissions reduction targets. The French government ended up putting pressure on the poor to reduce their carbon emissions further while bearing a heavier financial burden. It compounded the problem by cutting taxes on the rich by an amount equal to the revenue raised by the carbon tax. In essence, they were taking money from the poor to benefit the rich. This sparked the Olof protests, which eventually led the French government to scrap the carbon tax. Economists such as Thomas Piketty and other experts have argued for a progressive carbon tax, which would make wealthy individuals and companies responsible for the largest carbon footprints pay. They also propose higher taxes on wealth, income, and profits. Shifting the burden of the transition to the world's super rich and curbing their excessive consumption could play a crucial role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Brazilian President Lula's proposal for a global wealth tax ahead of the G20 summit is also noteworthy. The funds raised by this tax would be used to fight poverty and the climate crisis. Unfortunately, Korea has effectively rejected this idea. In addition, the government and political circles are considering easing extensive property and inheritance taxes while abolishing the capital gains tax. They're running backwards. Tax cuts for the rich will exacerbate climate inequality. As mentioned in a previous presentation, previous presentations, Korea's Constitutional Court recently ruled in Asia's first climate court case. The court declared certain provisions of the Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Act, which outlines greenhouse gas reduction targets, unconstitutional and ruled in favor of citizens, including young people. However, it rejected the argument that Korea's 2030 target falls short of the 1.5-degree global temperature limit, an argument also supported by the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. Regarding the global carbon budget needed to stay below 1.5 degrees increase, the government refused to acknowledge Korea's very small share, and the Constitutional Court used this as justification for its silence. This contrasts with the approach of the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, which followed the Constitutional Court of Germany's ruling and took the step of opposing Korea's fair share of the global carbon budget. Korea has been criticized as a climate villain or laggard. By failing to raise its emissions reduction targets, Korea is effectively depriving poorer countries of their carbon budget, contributing to worsening climate crises as seen in the floods in Pakistan that disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. Yet the Korean Constitutional Court has shamefully turned a blind eye towards the government's climate injustice. In Korea, the Climate Justice March has taken place every September since 2019. On 7 of September 2024, in Gangnam, a district that represents the wealth, power, and excess of the capitalist system, over 30,000 participants gathered to participate in the march. This year's slogan was "Change the system, not the climate." The core chair of the organizing committee said in a speech, in labor, human rights, gender equality, environment protection, and poverty eradication, we have fought for a better world through activism, and here we have united through the climate justice movement and come together today. The climate justice movement in Korea today goes beyond a simple environmental cause. It seeks the sustainability of Korean society and has become a major social movement, challenging inequality and discrimination. They claim that the climate crisis deepens inequality and that inequality intensifies the climate crisis. The climate justice movement is not limited to technological solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but calls for reduction of both global and domestic inequalities through a transformation of social systems. One of the key demands made by the 30,000 citizens at the march was the expansion of renewable energy production by public sector. In Korea, renewable energy accounts for less than 10% of electricity generation, one of the lowest levels in the OECD. As Korea's electricity system is public controlled, the government has a potential to rapidly expand renewable energy through state-led planning and investment. However, the government continues to focus on coal, LNG, and nuclear power while avoiding significant investment in renewables. Instead, renewable energy initiatives have been turned into profit-driven business for private companies. At present, more than 90% of renewable energy installations are privately owned, and more than 90% of government-approved offshore wind projects are also under private sector control. The privatization of renewable energy sector continues to accelerate. But who owns the wind and the sun? As the people of Jeju Island say, the sun and the wind should belong to everyone. They are commons, public goods. But profit-driven private companies have entered the renewable energy sector, grabbing the profits and causing uncontrolled development. This has led to community resistance across the country. When projects become less lucrative, these companies slow down construction and demand government subsidies. If public enterprises were to undertake such projects with government funding, there would be no need for financial institutions and investors to invest tens of trillions of dollars in capital costs. But the government has yet to adopt this approach. Advocates of Korea's public renewable energy movement insist on higher taxes on the income and profits of the wealthy and large corporations so that they can finance public investment. Not only renewable energy, but also health, transport, food and care, and essential services and goods should be publicly provided by the state, and such efforts and capacity should increase in the face of climate crisis. The persistence of neoliberalism has undermined many public services, which is why the climate justice movement is calling for a stronger role for the state and the public sector. For this to succeed, political systems and democratic processes must ensure that the state and the public sector serve the common good, prioritizing the interests of the rich and corporations while turning a blind eye to the poor and the environment is exacerbated by the conservative two-party system, which weakens democracy and hinders the pursuit of climate justice in Korea. To tackle both the climate crisis and equality, we need to uproot our current neoliberal policies. And the head of the host of this event, his background is also, I would like to draw light to that. In this light, I believe that it is my role as a climate activist to express my opposition to the appointment of Mr. An Changho as the head of the National Human Rights Commission. And the climate crisis is directly related to human rights, dignity, equality, and freedom.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Han-chaek. From the point of view of CSOs, how climate change inflicts disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups and how it aggravates inequality, and that's the reason why climate justice all the more important. Thank you very much for those comments. So we have heard the presentations, all the presentations for session 3, and we do have several questions that have already come in. Let me introduce about 3 of them first. In the case of, I do believe you have questions for the Korean government.
I think some questions are directed towards herself as a representative of the Korean government. Mid to long-term greenhouse gas emissions reduction, I think that we need to have stricter regulations on the plastic industry. There will be the 5th INC, and the Ministry of Environment is hosting that meeting in Busan in the fall. So fossil fuel industries regulating that, and the plastic industries, I would like to know what the Ministry of Environment's stance is on that. And in 2035, NDC, that document is being put together by the Ministry of Environment. So very ambitious goals being set, and having progressive goals, that is the need. And what is also the Ministry of Environment's stance and position on that? And next question goes to the delegate of the EU in Korea.
The renewable plastic plan, even if you have that strategy, if recycle waste collection is not effectively done, I don't think it will work. So your applications or plans for recycled materials, we would like to hear further about that. So first, from the representative Ministry of Environment.
Thank you for those questions. The first question was regarding the plastic convention that we are preparing for to take place in November. I actually don't have all of the details at hand, but I believe that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Environment are serving as the negotiators representing Korean government, and I believe that the plastic industry has quite a large footprint. So whether it's going to be recycling, waste sorting, or regulation, I think there's going to be a balance that is going to be struck between those differing approaches. And consensus will be built to culminate in the convention. And I believe that that is where the discussion is heading. Whether we're going to focus on regulation or focus only on recycling, probably it's not going to be either, but it's going to be a mixture of both. If I was misinformed, I will come back with more details at another opportunity. And the second question was about the 2035 NDCs that we have to disclose by next year, and the pathways for those NDCs. A lot of people are saying that we have to be more ambitious in setting those 2035 NDCs. And in the face of such expectations and demands, of course, we understand what the expectations are. However, we have to be ambitious within the scope of what is feasible. And fine-tuning has to be done across different areas and disciplines. So experts are saying, in terms of financing, in terms of technological development, the feasibility has to be determined. We have to look at the technology and also the government policy aspect. And we will take into consideration the high demand for ambitious goals being set. However, we have to work to make these goals very feasible and realistic. So I hope that you'll understand that we are in that situation.
Question is, can you tell us about the effective way of separate collection for recycling in the EU context?
Yeah, I had this in my speech. Thank you very much for this question. I mean, we have the differentiated approach. I mean, if I can come back to what Mr. Director Yom just said, I think it's very important to have ambitious plans, but they should be also balanced. However, what we think is always important is that you have mandatory rules. And I think there is a discrepancy sometimes to other countries because if you don't have mandatory rules, it's very difficult that companies don't focus on the price to survive basically in the daily competition. As regards recollection and use, when we have different strategies in place, the one was basically on the single-use items, single-use plastics, where some are even banned, so they are not used at all anymore. There are some requirements and targets as regards the recollection and the reuse, and this is differentiated as regards plastic bottles, vehicles, as regards plastic bags. In general, we try to be as ambitious as possible, but the best solution is always not to produce basically plastic at all, and this is the whole idea of the circular economy, saying that plastic doesn't go out of the circular economy, that you finally reuse the same plastic and don't have to put new ones in. We have also, if I may mention this, also some communications on microplastics, on biodegradable plastics. This is also very difficult. We come here to greenwashing. What is bio, what is degradable? And you know the effect of microplastics, also biodegradable plastics often have also quite a nasty effect and so far that they get into the fish, basically then into the human body. So in this regard, the EU hasn't so far a really clear policy in place. We have a communications to avoid greenwashing so far and give a better definition on what we talk about.
네, 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 마지막.
Thank you very much. So the moderator of the last session is always very pressed for timekeeping, but fortunately all of our panelists have kept pretty much to their time limits, and I think we'll be right on time. So we had a very full day discussing climate change and how it relates to human rights. The National Human Rights Commission, as many participants have said, we are working as a coordinator for many stakeholders. So human rights and climate crisis are areas where we will continue to cooperate with many stakeholders going forward. So this was a very long, full day, but we had human rights activists and environment activists. I believe we have seen quite a large turnout, and I would like to thank the panelists and the participants on the floor who have stayed with us till the end of the day. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the last session. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was the end of the last third session. So we had a very full agenda today, listening to many insightful presentations and the very capable moderators. And I would like to, of course, extend my thanks to the participants who have joined us online and in person. So this brings us to the end of the entire conference. But before we would like to listen to some closing remarks. First of all, the Special Rapporteur on Climate Change from the United Nations, Dr. MORGERA, will be giving some closing remarks.
Yes, please. 네, 여러분 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I think today I have learned a lot. I think I've learned that Korea and Korean people have experienced the climate crisis in the past 2 years. This was not the case before. Other regions in the world have experienced it for more than a decade. By now, I think the people in this room and the people that you work with have experienced the worst, I think, of climate change. And so we are at a turning point, like I think the youngest panelist of the day emphasized in her presentation. And because of the Constitutional Court ruling, there's now a critical window of opportunity, I think until February 2026, to change the course, to enhance the effectiveness of climate action, and to really make sure that those terrible deaths that have been experienced and other negative impacts of human rights and suffering that has been experienced in the last 2 days is prevented, because now it is foreseeable. And maybe I have a couple of ideas to share, maybe let's call it homework or considerations. But it was very interesting to hear the plan from the Minister of Environment and about how they will go about developing measures to comply with the Constitutional Court decision. I would suggest not to proceed necessarily with the modeling and expert review before engaging in public hearings, because I know from experience, whenever I talk to climate modelers, that's when I learned that often those models don't include the critical evidence about the impacts on human rights that we have available now. Often those climate models also don't include evidence about the role of natural systems to contribute to climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and often those models don't include the potential for toxic pollution of some climate measures. So my suggestion would be that maybe we have a conversation between the climate experts and the climate modelers, together with the experts that we had today, and maybe others in civil society, in academia, human rights holders who have experienced and borne the brunt of climate change, to see whether we can bring together all the evidence base that we have to make sure we take a fully human rights-based approach to climate change moving forward. And so the aspect of participation, public participation, and co-development of climate solutions could really be, I think, the best bet for Korea to turn the page and develop the most ambitious, feasible, effective, and fair pathway towards a safe climate. And in that connection, I think the role of the NHRI could be really significant. Particularly their possibility to carry out research. I've learned these past 2 days the resources that they have, but also potentially the possibility to look in particular into procedural rights that work on access to information and public participation, and really make suggestions and accompany the work of the government in that co-development of climate solutions. I think that will be really an example that Korea could set for the rest of the world. And I think the last panel made the point that often we feel that maybe climate change is too technical, and that can be a barrier to be part of the conversation. And I think that's where human rights are really important. They make us take a step back and think beyond the technicalities of climate change. What have we learned that can work and protect our human rights? And what have we learned that maybe some of the more common climate solutions are not working for climate change or for the protection of human rights? And so it's important to make that space for stepping away from the technicalities, still engaging with that source of knowledge, but really making sure that we fully honor the evidence and the understanding of how human lives and human well-being in Korea has been affected by climate change. And while the Constitutional Court, if I understand well, has emphasized future generations, and we all need to make sure that we don't place unfair burden on generations, I want to stress that it is this generation, and particularly children in this generation, 1-year-old, 5-year-old, 10-year-old, those are the most vulnerable to climate change. And the science is telling us it is in this decade that we need to turn the tide on climate change. And I think we can rely on children's rights to really, again, have even more clear guidance from human rights about how we can protect the most vulnerable and take the most effective climate action. Personally, as UN Special Rapporteur on Climate Change and Human Rights, I remain committed to support the process here in Korea. You can count on me to be discussing ideas with you, to provide evidence, share experiences, at a distance, or I'll also be happy to come back here and contribute to the process. But I do think that there is a unique opportunity in the next year and a half to make, groundbreaking work and to really make a whole meaningful progress to the benefit of everyone, but particularly those that are in the most vulnerable situations in this country. And I think you have learned in the last 2 years who they are and why they are in that situation and what we can do to protect them. And through that lens, take the best possible climate action that this country can afford and showing global leadership in doing so. So I hope we'll stay in touch and think through these suggestions together.
네, 말씀 대단히 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for those closing remarks.
네, 말씀.
As was mentioned, the climate crisis that we are facing is not only an environmental challenge, but also is a very important challenge that we have to surmount for the survival and dignity of everyone. Now, we would like to hear some closing remarks from the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. Chairperson Changho will be giving some closing remarks. Please give him a big hand. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this international conference showed us the very important and urgent challenge that we face on climate change and human rights. The experts and from the public sector and civil society, everyone was represented at this international conference. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all of the participants who have joined us today, from home and abroad. From the opening remarks to the keynote speeches and the multiple sessions, this conference addressed the severity of the graveness of the climate crisis and also related human rights issues. In particular, the challenges that the vulnerable populations face and the fact that a concerted effort is needed to resolve those issues is where we have met a consensus. In particular, the close linkage between climate change and human rights, corporate responsibility, and the international community's shared efforts that were discussed in today's conference set the direction for our future. And for a sustainable future, we are reminded once again that we should all work together. We have reaffirmed that climate change and human rights go hand in hand. Climate crisis is directly related to the survival of humankind, and it also impacts disproportionately the vulnerable populations. Therefore, in the face of such crisis, for everyone, in particular for the human rights of the vulnerable populations, we have many challenges to solve. I believe that everyone present here will and is continuing to play a very important role to realize climate justice. And I hope that this conference motivates you for stronger solidarity and cooperation. The damage that is done by climate change is clearly affecting the vulnerable populations disproportionately. Efforts to leave no one behind will be the most safe and just way to take. No single organization or state can surmount the challenge of climate change. For sustainability, I hope that this conference has contributed to setting the direction, and I hope that we will continue to work together. On a last note, I would like to extend once again my most heartfelt gratitude to the presenters and the moderators who have shared their very invaluable insights. And I would also like to extend my thanks to the interpreters who have worked throughout the day, and of course, the organizers who have put in so many efforts to make this event possible. And of course, I must extend to each and every participant who have joined us for the International Conference on the Climate Change and Human Rights. Thanks to everyone's participation and hard work, the successful conference was possible. And perhaps we should give each other a big hand. Thank you so much. I hope that was a fruitful day, and I am looking forward to further cooperation. And even if we have differing opinions, perhaps we should show more understanding and be more open-minded to discussions to better help understand the other person's perspective, so we can come up with the most reasonable solution for the future of the humanity. Thank you.
위원장님의 따뜻한 마무리.
Thank you so much for those closing remarks by the chairperson of the host National Human Rights Commission of Korea. So I believe that we have reaffirmed our commitment to responding to climate change and enhancing human rights. So this brings us to an end to the very successful International Conference on Climate Change and Human Rights. I hope that everyone will stay engaged in these issues. Thank you. Please have a safe trip back.